Chapter 251. Lu Ming, don't worry, I will do my best. It won't be long before I find your father's whereabouts. Hua Jingxing said with a serious face. Lu Ming thanks your majesty first. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. This time, he was sincere. Although he knew that the reason why Hua Jingxing was helping him was nothing more than because he had taken a fancy to his talent and wanted to rope him in, it didn't matter as long as it was beneficial to both sides. Hua Jingxing smiled, looking quite satisfied. He then took out a gilded invitation card and said, Lu Ming, 3 months later, it will be my 60th birthday. This is the invitation card. You must attend it 3 months later. Lu Ming's heart moved and he didn't refuse. He took the invitation and said, Don't worry, your majesty. Lu Ming will definitely be there. Huh, Lu Ming, there aren't many people who can make my father personally send an invitation. Only the 5 major sects and the ministers in the imperial capital. Hua Qi smiled. Lu Ming, you should cultivate well during this period. When the 5 major sects gather in the imperial capital, the geniuses on the silver ranking and even the gold ranked disciples will come. I'm afraid that the disciples on the silver ranking of the Shifang sword sect will find trouble with you. You must be careful. Hua Jingxing warned seriously. Lu Ming thanked him again. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming and Hua Qi got up and left. In the general hall, Lu Ming sat on the bed. Father, how have you been all these years? Why did the Shifang sword sect imprison you? Is it because of the bronze pendant? Father, I'm useless. I can't save you now. Lu Ming clasped his hands together tightly. Strength, he was still too weak. If he was strong enough, he could kill his way to the Shifang sword sect and force them to release him. But now, he was still too far away. He urgently needed to improve his strength. Martial Ancestor Realm, I must reach the Martial Ancestor Realm as soon as possible. Only Martial Ancestor Realm experts in the Burning Sun Empire can be counted as real experts. Only Martial Ancestor Realm experts have the right to speak and can fly. It will be of great help to me. After the consecutive battles in the D Tian Martial Arena, I feel that my bottleneck has loosened. Tomorrow, I will go and buy a batch of demonic cores and focus on raising my cultivation. Then, Lu Ming appeared on the 3rd platform of the Temple of Paragon. He put in the spiritual crystals and started to fight with himself. The next day, Lu Ming went out early and walked towards the market square. It was still the treasure pavilion. Young master, you're here. Please come in. The eyes of the girl who received Lu Ming last time lit up when she saw Lu Ming. She brought Lu Ming to a VIP room. Ha ha ha, young master, long time no see. Soon, the shopkeeper walked in. Sir, what would you like to buy this time? Shopkeeper, give me 100 Class 9 Class 3 monster cores. Lu Ming said. 100? The shopkeeper was shocked. That's right. Is there a problem? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Did the treasure pavilion not have enough stock? No, no problem. The shopkeeper quickly shook his head. He was just shocked and did not understand why Lu Ming wanted to buy so many monster cores. Also, give me 20 portions of Class 9 Class 3 monster blood essence. Lu Ming continued. Okay. Please wait for a moment, young master. It will be here soon. The shopkeeper nodded his head repeatedly. His face was full of smiles as he walked out. Soon, the shopkeeper came back with 100 monster cores and 20 portions of monster blood essence. Young master, the original price of these monster cores and blood essence is 1 million spiritual crystals, but you have a VIP card, so you can get a 20% discount. So, it will be 800,000 spiritual crystals. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. It was good to have a VIP card. This way, he could save 200,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming paid the spiritual crystals and kept the monster cores and blood essence. He left the treasure pavilion under the admiring gazes of the shopkeeper and the admiring gazes of the beautiful shop assistants. After returning to the Star General Hall, Lu Ming went straight to the Earth Essence Cave. It was best to cultivate in the Earth Essence Cave. Lu Ming went to the 6th level of the Earth Essence Cave and sat down cross-legged in a secret room. With a flash of blood, the spirit-devouring bloodline appeared. A giant python more than 10 meters long with distinct scales floated above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming took out a monster core. The giant python opened its mouth and sucked the monster core into its mouth. At the same time, there was a huge amount of fire attribute spiritual chi. Now that the spirit-devouring bloodline had reached level 7, its speed of devouring spiritual chi was terrifying. It was even faster than a level 9 bloodline. The huge amount of fire attribute spiritual chi and the energy of the monster core could not be refined by the bloodline and poured into Lu Ming's body. The bottleneck of peak level 6 martial master finally began to loosen and there were signs of a breakthrough. I'll add 2 more. With a move of his hand, he took out 2 more monster cores and let the giant python swallow them. Boom! Surging energy poured into Lu Ming's body and finally turned into a loud explosion. 7th level martial master, breakthrough. After breaking through to level 7 martial master, Lu Ming's bloodline became even more terrifying. It continued to absorb the spiritual chi of the outside world. The spiritual chi of the outside world formed a funnel and was constantly devoured by the spirit-devouring bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming took out another monster core and continued to devour it. The true chi in Lu Ming's body surged crazily. A few hours later, the phenomenon disappeared. 7th level martial master, my true chi is twice as dense as a 6th level martial master. However, it's still not enough. I have to continue to break through. After that, Lu Ming continued to devour the monster cores and cultivate. Every day, he spent half of his time cultivating the true battle dragon art and devouring monster cores to increase his cultivation. The rest of the time was used to comprehend the power of fire and figure out martial skills. Time flew by and a month passed in the blink of an eye. 100 monster cores had been completely devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to the peak of level 7 martial master. Yes, 100 level 3 monster elixirs could only raise Lu Ming's cultivation to the peak of 7th level martial master. After reaching level 7 martial master, the effect of the class 9 monster cores would be much weaker. He had also devoured all 20 class 9 monster blood essences and used them to increase his bloodline rank. However, his bloodline was still at level 7 and did not break through. Lu Ming estimated that unless it was a martial ancestor realm blood essence, it would take a long time for his bloodline rank to increase. Martial ancestor blood essence. At the thought of this, Lu Ming could not help but smile bitterly. Martial ancestor blood essence was level 4 monster blood essence. Lu Ming had a headache just thinking about the price. The fire element spiritual chi in the 6th floor of the earth element cavern is still too weak. Let's go to the 7th floor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was said that only martial ancestor realm experts could go to the 7th floor of the earth origin cave. Because the fire attribute spiritual chi was too dense and violent, it was very dangerous for martial grandmasters to go down. However, Lu Ming had the spirit-devouring bloodline and was not afraid. He planned to use the dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth to help him break through and comprehend the power of fire. He felt that the power of fire was very close to reaching the greater success stage. He walked out of the secret room and headed to the 7th floor. As soon as he reached the 7th floor, Lu Ming felt as if he had arrived at the mouth of a volcano. The terrifying and violent fire attribute spiritual chi constantly attacked Lu Ming. Good, this kind of environment is what I need. Chapter 252. A few hours later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating and began to comprehend the force of fire. Time flew by, and another month and a half passed. On this day, the stone door of the secret chamber opened, and Lu Ming walked out. Lu Ming had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he had gained a lot during this time. There was only half a month left until the emperor's birthday. Lu Ming planned to ask about his father's situation. He walked out of the Hall of General and walked toward the palace. Suddenly, the people on the street looked up at the sky in disgust. Who is that? How dare you fly so brazenly in the sky above the imperial city? Someone shouted. Ordinary martial ancestor realm experts were forbidden from flying above the imperial city. Only the overlords were not restricted by this rule. But now, someone dared to do so? Lu Ming also looked up. In the sky, there was a young figure in his 20s. He wore a red robe and had a tall stature. He was currently walking through the air towards the depths of the imperial capital. It's Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes. Someone exclaimed. What? It's Ling Yanqi? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. It was Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire and the strongest of the younger generation in the Crimson Cloud Valley. This was the first time Lu Ming saw the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Brother Ling, wait. Right at this moment, a soft shout came from behind. Then, a young man in a white robe with a handsome face stepped through the air and arrived. It's Feng Wuji, the Mystic Essence Sword Sex Feng Wuji. Another 6 heroes. Someone shouted. He's Feng Wuji. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Lu Ming had heard Feng Wuji's name countless times. Feng Wuji was the pride of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's younger generation. Without a doubt, he was the strongest in the sect. Although Duan Mulin was known as a peerless talent, he was still too young to compete with Feng Wuji. Lu Ming had been in the Mystic Essence Sword sect for more than a year, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. Brother Feng, you came so quickly. Let's go together. Ling Yanqi smiled, and when Feng Wuji arrived, the two of them walked side by side and disappeared into the sky. Oh my God, 2 of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe are here today. This is so rare. That's right. Normally, it's already extremely difficult to meet one. Now, 2 of them have appeared all of a sudden. His Majesty's 60th birthday is coming soon. No matter what, the 5 great sects have to put on a show. They will definitely gather in the imperial capital. It's inevitable that the geniuses of the 5 great sects will gather here. When the time comes, will the 6 heroes gather and fight? I'm really looking forward to it. That's hard to say. Among the 6 heroes, Qiu Changkong is invincible, but the other 5 have never fought before. I don't know who is stronger and who is weaker. It would be great if we could have a peak duel this time. On the streets, countless people were discussing. As for the fact that they couldn't fly in the imperial city, they simply ignored it. If the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe couldn't fly in the imperial capital, who else could? They were the future overlords of the Burning Sun Empire. In the future, the entire Burning Sun Empire would be their world. Lu Ming didn't say anything and continued to walk toward the imperial palace. However, a sharp light flashed across his eyes. The 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe, he would reach this height sooner or later, or even surpass it. He successfully entered the imperial palace and met with Hua Qi. Unfortunately, although the imperial palace had sent out a large number of people, there was still no news of his father. Lu Ming sighed and could only wait. After discussing the current situation with Hua Qi, Lu Ming left the imperial palace. When he arrived at the entrance of the Star General Hall, he saw that a large number of students had gathered and were dispersing. Tianyun, he's back. Damn it, why did he only appear now? Why didn't he appear before? It's all his fault. Murmurs could be heard from the surrounding students. Of course, they were whispering, afraid that Lu Ming would hear them. Lu Ming frowned, he didn't understand what was going on. Big brother Tianyun. At this moment, with a soft cry, Ming Feng came over. Ming Peak, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. Big brother Tianyun, it's the Shifang sword faction. Just now, the disciples of the Shifang sword faction came and threatened to cripple you. However, you weren't here and everyone said that you were in seclusion. Those disciples of the Shifang sword faction injured more than a dozen students of the Star General Hall. They were extremely arrogant. Ming Peak whispered. Shifang sword faction again. Killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Big brother Tianyun, I think you should avoid them for now. I heard that among the disciples of the Shifang sword faction, there's a genius on the silver list. He's an existence that stands at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm and is extremely powerful. Ming Peak said worriedly. If they come again, let me know. Lu Ming said in a domineering tone before he returned to his dormitory. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed in his dormitory and practiced various martial techniques on the third platform of the Temple of Paragon. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, the geniuses of the 5 major sects gathered in the imperial capital. Not only were there geniuses of the martial grandmaster realm, but there were also geniuses of the martial grandmaster realm. Even the gold-class disciples of the various sects could be seen occasionally. However, during this half a month, although all the sects had gathered, it was very peaceful. Even the disciples of the Shifang sword faction didn't look for Lu Ming again. However, everyone felt that the atmosphere wasn't right, as if it was the eve of a storm. It was unusually depressing. Half a month later, the Emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, Hua Jingxing's 60th birthday celebration began. Early in the morning, Hua Qi took a beast carriage to pick up Lu Ming. They arrived at the imperial palace together. The birthday celebration was held in the front yard of the imperial palace. The area was extremely spacious, but there were only a few dozen tables. Because those who could come here were all people of noble status, there weren't many people. Lu Ming followed Hua Qi and sat at a table on the right. As time passed, the number of people gradually increased. Some of Hua Qi's brothers and sisters, as well as the imperial concubines, princes, and ministers, all took their seats one by one. The Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley and the elders have arrived. A loud shout spread throughout the entire venue. The faces of the princes, princesses, imperial concubines, and ministers all changed as they stood up together. Lu Ming didn't want to be too special, so he also stood up. At the gate, a group of 6 people walked in with majestic steps. The person in the lead looked middle-aged with a full beard. He wore a red robe and was extremely tall and sturdy. His gaze swept across, and everyone felt as if a vast sea was surging towards them. It was incomparably terrifying. Behind him, there were 4 old men who also wore red robes, but the red robes were trimmed with gold. They were the golden-robed elders of the Crimson Cloud Valley. The last one was a young man, but he was one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. Greetings to the Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley. All the imperial concubines, princes, and ministers bowed to the Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley. It could be seen how declining the imperial family was. They were respectful in front of the 5 major sections. No need to be so polite. Where's His Majesty, hasn't he arrived yet? Chapter 253. Brother Ling, you came so quickly. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Bold laughter rang out as Hua Jingxing strode over with a few guards in tow. The other concubines, ministers, princes, and princesses bowed to Hua Jingxing. The Crimson Cloud Valley Master stood up and cupped his fists. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations on your 60th birthday. This is a small gift, please accept it. The Crimson Cloud Valley Master took out a jade box and handed it to Hua Jingxing. Brother Ling, you're too polite. Hua Jingxing smiled and accepted the jade box, handing it to a guard. Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master and elders have arrived. At this moment, another shout was heard. Lu Ming looked towards the source of the voice. Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master Lin Shui walked in with a few golden-robed elders. Feng Wuji was also beside them. Lin Shui greets Your Majesty. I wish Your Majesty a long life. This is a small gift, please accept it. Lin Shui walked over, took out a jade box, and handed it to Hua Jingxing. Brother Lin, it's my honor that you're here. There's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. Hua Jingxing accepted the gift and said politely. At this moment, another shout was heard. It was the Ghost Moon Saber sect master and elders of one of the 5 major sections. Among them, one of the 6 heroes, the number 1 genius of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shengguan Luo, had also arrived. 3 of the 5 major sects had arrived. Soon, one of the 5 major sects, the Heaven Fiend sect, had also arrived. Everyone took their seats, and Hua Jingxing chatted with the 4 sect masters. 10 Directions Sword sect master and elders have arrived. Sky Suppressing King has arrived. Several shouts were heard. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming looked towards the entrance. A group of people walked in. The person in the lead was dressed in luxurious clothes. His eyebrows were sharp like swords. Although he was middle-aged, he was extremely handsome. Just one look at him and one could feel that he had the power to conquer mountains and rivers. Beside him was a burly man in his 50s. He had a stocky build and wore a dragon robe. As he looked around, a murderous aura could be vaguely seen. He was like a general who had dominated the battlefield. The person in the lead is 10 Directions Sword sect master, Qiu Wuyang. Beside him is Sky Suppressing King. Hua Qi whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming nodded. He looked at the muscular man in the Jiao dragon robe and thought, so he is Heavenly King Suppression. Lu Ming still remembered how he had taught the suppressing Heavenly King's son, Hua Jia, a harsh lesson when he had just arrived at the imperial city. Thinking of Hua Jia, Lu Ming realized that there was a pair of eyes filled with killing intent behind Heavenly King Suppression. If it wasn't Hua Jia, who else could it be? Lu Ming smiled faintly at Hua Jia and pointed to his crotch. Hua Jia's face turned red and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, Lu Ming was referring to him peeing his pants in fright. However, with so many important figures present, how could he dare to flare up? He could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Brother Qiu has graced us with your presence. This emperor is extremely honored. Hua Jingxing quickly got up and cupped his fists at Qiu Wuyang with a smile on his face. The other concubines, princes, and princesses also stood up and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is too polite. I came in a hurry today and forgot to bring a gift. Please forgive me. Qiu Wuyang nodded indifferently. There was no trace of respect in his tone. It could be said that he didn't care at all. To put it in a bad way, he didn't take the emperor seriously at all. The other sect masters would more or less greet him politely, but Qiu Wuyang's attitude was cold. Not to mention greeting him, he even said that he didn't have time to bring birthday gifts. How childish was this reason? The other sect masters' faces turned ugly. Hua Jingxing was even more stunned. Then, he forced a smile and said, Brother Qiu, it's enough that you're here. There's no need for gifts. Please take a seat. Second brother, I came with sect master Qiu and forgot to bring gifts. Please don't take offense. Haha. Heavenly King Suppression laughed and sat down on the side. Damn it. Hua Qi was so angry that his whole body trembled and his teeth chattered. Qiu Wuyang and Heavenly King Suppression's attitude was blatant contempt. They even ignored the emperor's authority and didn't take the emperor of the Burning Sun Empire seriously at all. Anger flashed across Hua Jingxing's eyes, but he hid it well. In the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on his face. He returned to his seat and raised his wine cup. It's my great honor to have all of you here today. Come, let me toast to all of you. Everyone raised their cups and drank it in one gulp. This is great. All of you are the pillars of the Burning Sun Empire. Hua Jingxing said with a laugh, but he was interrupted at this moment. All right, Your Majesty. The wine has been drunk and the congratulations have been given. It's time to talk about business. Qiu Wuyang said flatly, stopping Hua Jingxing in the middle of his sentence. Hua Jingxing, as well as some other nobles and ministers, had ugly expressions on their faces. Interrupting others was an extremely rude thing to do, let alone the emperor of a country. Qiu Wuyang did not take the royal family seriously at all. Qiu Wuyang, we are here today to celebrate His Majesty's birthday. This is the proper business. Is there anything else? Lin Shui looked at Qiu Weiyang and said coldly. Qiu Weiyang's attitude was too much. Hua Jingxing looked at Lin Shui gratefully. Of course there is something else. Although His Majesty's birthday celebration is important, it is much less important compared to this. Qiu Weiyang glanced at Lin Shui indifferently. A murderous aura flashed across the depths of his eyes. He then looked around and said, "Everyone, what do you think of the Burning Sun Empire?" Everyone's eyes flickered. They didn't understand why Qiu Weiyang asked this question. After a while, an elder cupped his fists and said, "With the support of His Majesty and the various sect leaders, the Burning Sun Empire's national strength is improving day by day. It is only a matter of time before we surpass other countries." This elder was the Prime Minister of the Burning Sun Empire and was loyal to the imperial family. Bullshit. Qiu Weiyang flung his sleeves and scolded. The Prime Minister's face flushed red. As the Prime Minister, how could he be scolded in public like this? Where was his dignity? But in front of Qiu Weiyang, he didn't dare to refute and could only hold it in. Hua Jingxing's face was also ugly. Scolding the Prime Minister was indirectly scolding him. Currently, the 36 countries of Emperor Yun are working hard and improving their strength. The Burning Sun Empire is surrounded by strong enemies. The other countries are eyeing us covetously and most of them are stronger than the Burning Sun Empire. Everyone knows this, right? Among the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, the Burning Sun Empire's strength is at the bottom. Qiu Weiyang looked around and said loudly. Everyone's face changed slightly. Qiu Weiyang was right. Among the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, the Burning Sun Empire's strength was indeed at the bottom. Moreover, the surrounding countries were eyeing them covetously. The Burning Sun Empire has many geniuses and experts. But why is it getting weaker and weaker? Do you know the reason? Qiu Weiyang asked. Everyone frowned. They didn't know what Qiu Weiyang was trying to say. Seeing that no one spoke, Qiu Weiyang smiled faintly and said, "That is, the strength of the Burning Sun Empire is too spread out and everyone fights for themselves. It would be strange if they weren't weak." Oh. Qiu Weiyang, what should we do according to what you said? Chapter 254. Of course we have to combine our forces. I suggest that we establish a Burning Sun Alliance. All the sects and forces of the Burning Sun Empire must join this alliance and elect a leader. Then, they must swear that they will listen to the leader's orders. This way, the Burning Sun Empire will be strong and able to defend against external enemies and become stronger. Qiu Weiyang said loudly. Ha ha ha, Qiu Weiyang, your goal has finally been revealed. You want to be the leader and command the world, right? Lin Shui laughed. Lin Shui, what are you laughing at? I think that sect leader Qiu's suggestion is great. Besides, who else in the Burning Sun Empire has the qualifications to be the leader? Heavenly King Suppression stood up and said loudly. Heavenly King Suppression, you are wrong. In the Burning Sun Empire, the royal family is the orthodox. Why do we have to go through so much trouble and establish a Burning Sun Alliance? We can just listen to His Majesty. Red Cloud Valley Master retorted. In the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. Forgive me for being blunt, but His Majesty doesn't have the qualifications. Qiu Weiyang said coldly. Kiki. Hua Jingxing clenched his fists tightly. Insult, this was a blatant insult. This was equivalent to slapping the emperor's face in public. Damn it, damn it. Hua Qi let out a low roar as his body trembled due to the atmosphere. Bam! A white-haired elder slammed the table and stood up abruptly. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Qiu Weiyang as he shouted angrily, Qiu Weiyang, you have committed treason and insulted His Majesty. You deserve to die 1,000 times. Deserve to die 1,000 times? I think you are the one who deserves to die. Qiu Weiyang's eyes flashed as 2 rays of sword qi shot out from his eyes. They were extremely fast and there was almost no warning. Puchi. The elder was pierced by the sword qi. 2 sword holes appeared on his aged body. No blood flowed out, but there was no sign of life. Teacher! Hua Jingxing roared angrily. This elder was Hua Jingxing's teacher and the emperor's preceptor. However, he was killed by Qiu Wuyang's gaze. Qiu Wuyang, you have gone too far. Hua Jingxing was seething with anger as he glared at Qiu Wuyang. However, Qiu Wuyang only smiled faintly as if he had just killed an ant. He said, "This old man has ulterior motives. He wants to destroy the great plan of governing the country. I suspect that he is a spy sent by other empires to destroy the Burning Sun Empire. Such a person naturally has to be killed as soon as possible." With just a few words, he managed to turn an imperial preceptor into a spy. Hua Jingxing, Hua Qi, and the rest of the imperial family were enraged and humiliated, but there was nothing they could do. The Decimo sword sect was too powerful. Hua Qi clenched his fists tightly. Because he used too much strength, his nails pierced into his flesh and blood flowed out, but he didn't feel anything. Lu Ming frowned and patted Hua Qi's back. A stream of true qi flowed into Hua Qi's body. Only then did Hua Qi slowly calm down. Otherwise, he would have suffered from internal injuries due to excessive agitation. What do you think of my suggestion? Qiu Wuyang looked around and asked. I agree with Sect Master Qiu's proposal. At this moment, the Heaven Fiend's Sect Master smiled faintly. The moment Heaven Fiend's Sect Master said that, the faces of the other three sect masters changed. Why would the Heaven Fiend's sect agree? Could it be that they had already joined forces with the Decimo Sword sect? If that was the case, then the situation was serious. The Decimo Sword sect was already very powerful. If the Heaven Fiend's sect joined forces with them, then the balance of the Blazing Sun Empire would be broken. Huh, brother, you really understand me. Qiu Wuyang laughed and looked at the other sections. Qiu Wuyang, stop dreaming. My Mystic Essence Sword sect will never agree. Lin Shui sneered. My Crimson Cloud Valley will not accompany you. My Ghost Moon Saber sect is not interested either. The sect masters of the Crimson Cloud Valley and Ghost Moon Saber sect rejected as well. Qiu Wuyang's face darkened. He then looked at Hua Jingxing and asked, Your Majesty, what about you? Me? The Blazing Sun Empire has a history of more than 2,000 years. How can I destroy thousands of years of foundation in my hands? Please forgive me, but it is very difficult for me to agree. Hua Jingxing said coldly. Hua Jingxing, you have to think carefully. For the sake of your Hua family and the lives of tens of thousands of people, think carefully. Murderous intent flashed across Qiu Wuyang's eyes as he said coldly. Qiu Wuyang, what are you doing? Are you threatening His Majesty? Do you really think that the Decimo Sword sect is invincible? Lin Shui was enraged and shouted loudly. I don't know if my Decimo Sword sect is invincible, but I can still destroy your Mystic Essence Sword sect. Why? Do you want to try? Qiu Wuyang said coldly. Let's try. Let's see how you can destroy my Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lin Shui did not back down. The aura on her body surged and a terrifying sword qi soared into the sky. There was a terrifying aura in this sword qi. Lin Shui, we have not fought for decades. Today, I would like to see how much you have improved. Boom! As Qiu Wuyang's voice fell, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. At the same time, a ray of sword qi soared into the sky. Boom! Lin Shui's and Qiu Wuyang's sword qi met in the air and collided violently. There was an earth-shattering boom and the entire imperial capital shook. The place where the two sword qi collided formed a light pillar that shot into the sky and smashed the clouds in the sky. At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital was staring at this pillar of light in a daze. They were extremely shocked. The light pillar could be seen even further away from the imperial capital. Everyone was guessing what kind of existences were fighting. In the imperial palace, Lu Ming looked on in shock. Was this the strength of a sect leader and an overlord of the Blazing Sun Empire? It was indeed terrifying. It was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. An ordinary martial arts grandmaster could be killed with a flick of their fingers. In the previous move, the two of them did not really fight. It was just an exchange of aura. If they really fought, the imperial capital would be destroyed. Aura, what powerful aura. Their auras have definitely reached perfection. There is even a hint of will in it. Lu Ming's mind was racing. After one's aura reached perfection, one could use the aura as a foundation to comprehend will. For example, fire intent, wind intent, etc. Will was the essence of heaven and earth and was extremely powerful. Only by comprehending will could one step into the martial king realm. Lin Shui, today, I will kill you first. Qiu Weiyang roared. His sword chi soared into the sky and stirred up the clouds. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Shui's long hair fluttered in the wind. She was extremely powerful and did not back down in the face of Qiu Weiyang. Boom! Boom! At this moment, two auras exploded. They were extremely terrifying and were not inferior to Lin Shui's and Qiu Weiyang's. It was the Scarlet Cloud Valley Master and the Ghost Moon Saber sect leader. Their auras combined with Lin Shui's to suppress Qiu Weiyang. Qiu Weiyang, do you really think that the Blazing Sun Empire belongs to the Shifang Sword sect? Don't go overboard. The Scarlet Cloud Valley Master said. The Scarlet Cloud Valley and the Mystic Essence Sword sect had always been on good terms. Naturally, he was on Lin Shui's side. Chapter 255. Qiu Weiyang's expression changed instantly. The three Overlord-class characters had joined forces and made him feel extremely pressured. Lin Shui, what are you doing? You attacked Sect Master Qiu in the palace. Are you confident that the Imperial family will take you seriously? Heavenly King Suppression roared. Many people despised him. The one who did not take the Imperial family seriously was Qiu Weiyang. Heavenly King Suppression did not speak up when he humiliated the Imperial family just now. Now, he jumped out to suppress Lin Shui and the others with the Imperial family's name. Despicable and shameless. Good, good, very good. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, let's wait and see. Qiu Weiyang repeated the word good several times. His gaze was unusually cold as it swept over Lin Shui, Valley Master Scarlet Cloud, and the rest of the group before finally landing on Hua Jingxing. Hua Jingxing, you, take care of yourself. His voice was cold and the threat was obvious. Then, he waved his hand and stepped into the air to leave. The others from Decimo's sword sect followed closely behind. Brother, you are so ignorant. The Hua family will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. Heavenly King Suppression stared at Hua Jingxing angrily. Trend? The general trend is to have the entire Hua clan submit to the 10 Directions sword sect and become their slaves. Hua Jingxing spoke and looked at Heavenly King Suppression mockingly. You, Heavenly King Suppression's face turned ugly. He snorted and left with Hua Jia and the others. Before leaving, Heavenly King Suppression glanced at Lu Ming, which made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. That was a blatant killing intent. Your Majesty, I will take my leave first. The Heaven Fiend sect leader smiled and stood up to bid farewell, leaving with his men. Only 3 of the 5 major sects were left. The birthday banquet continued, but Hua Jingxing, Lin Shui, and the other sect masters of the 3 major sects all had serious expressions. Today, Qiu Weiyang suddenly proposed to establish the Sun Alliance and the Sky Fiend sect agreed. They guessed that the Sky Fiend sect had most likely joined forces with Decimo Sword sect. This was a big deal. The balance of power in the Sun Empire was going to be broken. The Sun Empire was going to enter troubled times. The atmosphere of the birthday banquet was very tense. Soon, the 3 major sects also left. Not long after, Lu Ming also got up to leave. Lu Ming, I'm sure you've seen what happened today. The Decimo Sword sect is simply too ambitious and lawless. Hua Qi gnashed his teeth as he sent Lu Ming to the entrance of the palace. Lu Ming patted Hua Qi's shoulder. He didn't say anything and returned to the Star General Hall. Returning to the General Hall and sitting on his bed, Lu Ming's thoughts flew about, unable to calm down. The emperor's birthday banquet today allowed him to truly see the undercurrent of the Burning Sun Empire. He had a feeling that the Burning Sun Empire was about to fall into chaos. A terrifying storm would probably sweep through the empire in the near future. As for him, because of his friends and family, he was already deeply involved in the whirlpool and could not stay out of it. The only thing he could do now was to increase his strength as much as possible. Without strength, he would only be crushed into powder in this storm. Taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Xian adjusted his mood and began cultivating. Somewhere in the imperial capital, there was an extremely luxurious palace that was even more luxurious than the palace. This was the residence of the Decimo sword sect in the imperial capital. In the depths of the palace, in a large hall, Qiu Weiyang sat on the seat of honor. Below him sat the golden-robed elders of the Decimo sword sect. Bam! Qiu Weiyang slammed the table with a gloomy face. Mystic Essence sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Ghost Moon Saber sect. I already knew that these three sects would not agree. A bunch of damn things. Sect Master, especially that Lin Shui, has been targeting Sect Master. She actually dared to fight Sect Master. She really overestimated herself. A golden-robed elder said. Humph. Lin Shui, the Mystic Essence sword sect won't be arrogant for long. Qiu Weiyang sneered. After pondering for a while, Qiu Weiyang said, "It's time to let them know the strength of our Decimo sword sect. Pass down the order. Let the younger generation make the first move and break their morale. Let them understand how weak their so-called geniuses are." Yes. The golden-robed elders replied in unison. 3 days later, a piece of news swept through the imperial capital like a storm. One of the 6 heroes of the Decimo sword sect, Guanhong, challenged the Mystic Essence sword sect's Feng Wuji and the Crimson Cloud Valley's Ling Yanqi. The location was at the highest peak of the imperial capital, the Sunset Peak. Once the news spread, everyone went crazy. Among the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun sect, each of the other 4 sects had 1 person. Only the Decimo sword sect had 2 people. One was Qiu Changkong, and the other was Guanhong. Qiu Changkong was the leader of the 6 heroes. He was extremely powerful and could easily suppress the other 5. As for the other 5, they had never fought before. No one knew who was stronger. Now, were they finally going to fight? Countless people rushed to the Sunset Peak, wanting to see the battle between the 6 heroes. When Lu Ming finished his 3-day seclusion and walked out of his room, he saw Ming Peak rushing over. "Ming Peak, what's the hurry?" Lu Ming asked. "Big brother Tianyun, let's go to the Sunset Peak. The battle between the 6 heroes is about to start. Guanhong is challenging Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. My big brother and the others have already rushed over and asked me to look for you. If we don't go now, it will be too late," Ming Peak said while panting. The battle between the 6 heroes? Lu Ming was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. He grabbed Ming Peak and took a step forward. They were already 50 meters away. Then, he said, "Let's go." Lu Ming grabbed Ming Peak and executed the soaring steps. They were as fast as the wind and rushed to the Sunset Peak. The Sunset Peak was in the imperial capital. It was located in the west of the imperial capital. When Lu Ming approached the Sunset Peak, he saw a shocking scene. Countless figures from all directions converged into a long line and rushed towards Sunset Peak. There were so many people that it was impossible to distinguish them. There were even martial ancestor realm experts among them. Lu Ming followed the crowd and quickly approached the Sunset Peak. Boom! Boom! At this moment, there was a terrifying roar at the top of the Sunset Peak. The battle has begun. Guanhong and Feng Wuji have started fighting. Someone shouted. "Let's go and see." Whoosh! Whoosh! One figure after another ascended Sunset Peak. Lu Ming grabbed Ming Peak as if he was weightless. He stepped on a blade of grass and his figure shot forward 100 meters. He was approaching the top of the mountain. Boom! On the top of the mountain, there were continuous booming sounds. Lu Ming lifted his head and saw two figures charging continuously in the sky above the mountain peak. The sword aura was shocking and terrifying. Shock waves were surging outwards. A suffocating pressure pervaded the area for several miles. What powerful combat strength! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that one of them was Feng Wuji of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. The other person was tall and had a wild aura. The battle sword in his hand was extremely wide. He must be Guanhong. Lu Ming was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, he reached the top of the mountain. At this time, Guanhong and Feng Wuji had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Feng Wuji, lose. Chapter 256. The sword seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Its power was terrifying. Feng Wuji also roared and slashed out a shocking sword light. Boom! A terrifying fluctuation was heard, and the space trembled under the powerful sword chi. Then, Feng Wuji's figure was pushed back. His body trembled, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Feng Wuji is injured. Feng Wuji has lost. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering shout around the sunset peak. Countless people were shouting excitedly. The other 5 of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun had finally won. Guanhong defeated Feng Wuji. The Decimo Sword faction is too strong. Not only did Xiao Changkong defeat the other heroes, but even Guanhong is so strong. The number 1 sect of the Burning Sun Empire lives up to its name. In the future, the Decimo Sword faction will be even stronger. Many people sighed. Feng Wuji, you're just a so-so. Guanhong stood in the air and said proudly. Feng Wuji's face was dejected. He sighed and said, Guanhong, I didn't expect your force to be so strong. It's not surprising that I lost. Guanhong smiled proudly and said, Feng Wuji, in my opinion, you're not qualified to be called the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Let's change it to the 5 heroes. As soon as he said that, many people's faces changed, and Feng Wuji's face turned ugly. Guanhong's words were to kick Feng Wuji out of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. If that was really the case, it wouldn't just be Feng Wuji, but the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect's reputation would be greatly damaged, and some geniuses might not even choose to join the Mystic Essence Sword sect in the future. Guanhong, you're just lucky to win against Brother Feng. Why are you so arrogant? Someone shouted from the side. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that there were a few people standing in the sky by the side. Lu Ming was distracted by the battle between Feng Wuji and Guanhong, so he didn't notice them until now. There were 4 people in total. Lu Ming had seen 3 of them at the Emperor's birthday banquet. They were the other 3 of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Ling Yanqi from the Crimson Cloud Valley. He was the one who shouted. There were also Shangguan Qi from the Ghost Moon Saber sect and Zhuo Lian from the Sky sect. There was another person who was extremely young, only about 23 or 24 years old. He carried a broad sword on his back and stood proudly. Guanhong looked at Ling Yanqi. Guanhong, this time you declared that you would challenge me and Brother Feng. Now that it's my turn, I won't take advantage of you. Now, circulate your qi and adjust your breathing. Once you've recovered, we'll fight. Ling Yanqi continued. Ling Yanqi, who said I want to fight with you? The one who dealt with you was someone else. Guanhong smiled coldly. Someone else? Ling Yanqi was stunned. He could not help but look at Shangguan Xiong and Zhuo Lian. Ling Yanqi, you're looking at the wrong place. The one fighting with you is me. The young man with a sword on his back stepped forward and said proudly. You? Ling Yanqi was stunned. Everyone else was stunned. This young man was obviously a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect, but almost no one knew him. 10 Directions Sword sect actually wanted to let a youth with no reputation fight Ling Yanqi? Was this arrogance or an insult? Ha ha ha, Guanhong, are you sure he's qualified to fight with me? Ling Yanqi's eyes were full of anger. Whether he's qualified or not, we'll know after the fight. Guan Hong smiled coldly. From now on, the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun will be replaced. The young man said proudly. Huh, boy, you're very confident, aren't you? Ling Yanqi laughed out of anger. It's not confidence, it's strength. Remember, the one who defeated you is Qiu Changlai. The young man shouted and his aura burst out. The sword on his back unsheathed and flew up to the sky, slashing at Ling Yanqi. The sword shook the heavens and the earth. It was terrifying. In an instant, most of the people's faces changed. They were extremely shocked. Because the sword was too powerful. In the sky, Ling Yanqi's face turned solemn. His body emitted scorching waves and a spear appeared in his hand. He waved the spear and a giant flaming eagle was formed, attacking Qiu Changlai. Boom! With a loud boom, Ling Yanqi and Qiu Changlai both retreated. Then, they roared and fought again. He's too powerful. Who is this Qiu Changlai? He's not famous before, but his combat strength is so strong that he can fight with Ling Yanqi. I'm afraid he's a genius secretly cultivated by the Shifang sword sect. On the sunset peak, countless people looked at the battle in the sky and discussed. In the sky, Feng Wuji, Shangguan Luo, and the others looked solemn. Guan Hong, on the other hand, revealed a cold smile. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 100 blows. Bang! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, a figure flew back. It was Ling Yanqi. The crowd quieted down. Did Ling Yanqi lose? Swoosh! Ling Yanqi retreated for more than 1,000 meters before he stopped. He stood silently in the void, unmoving. Suddenly, Ling Yanqi's body trembled and a blood arrow shot out from his chest. At this moment, the crowd saw a long sword wound on Ling Yanqi's chest. Ling Yanqi was defeated. He was defeated by an unknown young man from the Shifang sword sect. The Sunset Peak was in an uproar. This news was like a whirlwind, spreading from the Sunset Peak to the entire imperial capital. The Shifang sword sect was too strong. First, Guan Hong defeated Feng Wuji. Then, a young man appeared and defeated Ling Yanqi. It was too shocking. From now on, the situation of the younger generation in the Burning Sun sect would change substantially. Should he exclude Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi from the list? Or should they add one more person? No matter what, the Shifang sword sect's reputation would reach its peak. In the sky, Ling Yanqi's body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. I told you to remember that the one who defeated you is called Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai smiled arrogantly, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. Brother Ling, are you okay? Feng Wuji appeared beside Ling Yanqi and injected a stream of true qi into him. I'm fine. Ling Yanqi smiled bitterly. Feng Wuji sighed. Today, he and Ling Yanqi were completely defeated. From now on, the reputation of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley would plummet. On the other hand, the Shifang Sword Sect would rise. Wonderful, wonderful. The heroes of the Shifang Sword Sect are really admirable. Zuolian of the Sky Demon Sect clapped his hands and walked out. He then looked at Shangguan Xiong and said, Brother Shangguan, since you're here today, why don't we fight? Let's fight. Shangguan Xiong was very direct. He stared at Zuolian. The crowd was excited. 2 more of the Burning Sun's 6 heroes were going to fight. Boom! Without any warning, Shangguan Xiong and Zuolian started fighting. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Ming Peak, stay here and watch. I'll go first. At this moment, Lu Ming said to Ming Peak. Chapter 257. You can keep watching. Lu Ming smiled. He then moved and headed down the Sunset Peak. He didn't come here to see the outcome of the battle between the 6 heroes, but to see their strength. Now that he had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 Burning Sun heroes, there was no need for him to continue watching. He couldn't care less about the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. Lu Ming moved like a gust of wind and returned to the dormitory very quickly. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes. The battle scene of the 6 Burning Sun heroes appeared in his mind. He had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 Burning Sun heroes. Feng Wuji, Ling Yanqi, Guanhong, Qiu Changlai, and the others were all at the peak of LV3 Martial Grandmaster realm, but their combat strength was terrifying. They were at least at LV5 Martial Grandmaster realm. That was Martial Grandmaster realm. The higher one's martial arts realm was, the harder it was to fight above one's level. In the Martial Grandmaster realm, those who could fight above 1 level were already peerless geniuses, let alone 2 levels. As for Guanhong and Qiu Changlai, they could only win because their force or martial techniques were stronger. The 6 Burning Sun heroes are indeed worthy of their reputation. They are only in their 20s, but many of the older grandmasters are no match for them. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, Lu Ming was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes were burning with passion. Although the 6 Burning Sun heroes were strong, he was confident that he could catch up with or even surpass them soon. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming left the Star General Hall and went to the Treasure Pavilion again. He used the last 400,000 spiritual crystals he had to buy 100 Class 9 LV3 monster cores. After buying the monster cores, Lu Ming went into the Divine Wind Valley. The arduous cultivation continued. Every day, Lu Ming would gain something. Be it his cultivation level, martial arts techniques, or force, all of them improved. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming had refined all 100 monster cores. He walked out of the Divine Wind Valley at this time. He returned to his dormitory but did not go in. Instead, he went to Ming Peek's room. He wanted to find Ming Peek to ask about the situation in the Imperial City in the past month. He had a premonition that the imperial capital wouldn't be peaceful during this month. Many things would definitely happen. When he arrived at Ming Peek's dormitory, he found that Ming Peek was not there. Could it be in Myongchang's place? With a thought, Lu Ming walked towards Myongchang's dormitory. Now, Myongchang had replaced Bai Qi's position as one of the top 10 experts of the outer hall. He lived in a courtyard. When he arrived at Myongchang's dormitory, he found that Ming Peek and Pearl were both here. They were sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard with Myongchang and were chatting. "Big brother Tianyun, you've come out of seclusion?" Ming Peek grinned when he saw Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, others call me a martial arts madman, but I think you're the real one. You can still go into seclusion peacefully at this time." Myongchang smiled. "Oh. Why can't I go into seclusion peacefully? Did something big happen in the Imperial City during this time?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. "Of course. During this period of time, the Imperial City has been in turmoil." Myongchang said, "A month ago, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were defeated in the battle between the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun sect. Shangguan Xiao and Zhuo Lian fought and exchanged thousands of blows. However, this matter didn't end there. A few days later, the gold-ranked disciples of the various sects fought fiercely. However, the 10 Directions Sword sect was extremely powerful. They had the upper hand in the battle between the gold-ranked disciples. About 10 days ago, the 10 Directions Sword sect sent out a 9th-level martial Grand Master to challenge the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Star General Hall. The Star General Hall was the first to suffer a crushing defeat. The strongest group of people in the inner hall were swept away by a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect without any power to fight back. After that, the Crimson Cloud Valley and the Mystic Essence Sword sect also suffered a crushing defeat. The disciples sent out by the 10 Directions Sword sect were too strong. They were invincible in the martial Grand Master realm. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect on the silver ranking were all defeated. Ming Qing gave a brief account of what had happened. Lu Ming was also secretly surprised. In this month, many things had happened in the imperial capital. In this month, the reputation of the 10 Directions Sword sect has been like the sun in the sky. On the other hand, the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the others have suffered a great decline in reputation. Especially the royal family, they have been suppressed even more. It is said that the Mystic Essence Sword sect has already mobilized the Qilin Courtyard's geniuses with special bloodlines to come here and compete with the geniuses of the 10 Directions Sword sect. Myungchang said. Big brother, among the 9th layer martial grand masters sent by the 10 Directions Sword sect, there is a special bloodline. If the Mystic Essence Sword sect or Crimson Cloud Valley's geniuses with special bloodlines come here, they might be able to fight. Pearl said with her bright eyes. It's hard to say. I heard that the strongest martial grand masters of the 10 Directions Sword sect have not made their move yet. Myungchang said. It can't be. Myungchang and Ming Peak were speechless. Myungchang, brother Myungchang, something big has happened. Suddenly, a young man rushed in hurriedly. Che Yuan, what's wrong? Myungchang looked at the young man and asked. I heard that the Mystic Essence Sword sect's geniuses with special bloodlines have arrived, and the 10 Directions Sword sect's disciples have already come to challenge them. The young man said. What? So soon? Let's go and have a look. Myungchang shouted, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Brother Tianyun, do you want to come with us? Lu Ming's eyes moved, and he nodded. Together with Myungchang and the others, they rushed to the Mystic Essence Sword sect's residence in Imperial City. When they arrived, they found that the entrance of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's residence was already surrounded by people. At the front, there were more than 10 Directions Sword sect's disciples. A 10 Directions Sword sect's disciple stood at the entrance of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's residence and shouted arrogantly, Mystic Essence Sword sect's trash, hurry up and come out. What special bloodline geniuses? I think they're just a bunch of trash. Ha ha ha. The other 10 Directions Sword sect's disciples burst into laughter, full of contempt. A few of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's guards turned pale. Mystic Essence Sword sect's trash, hurry up and come out. Are you trying to be a coward? The young man at the front continued to shout. Tianyun, this young man is called Wu Kuei. He's extremely powerful. During this period of time, he defeated almost all of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's martial grand masters by himself. Myungchang whispered to Lu Ming. Creak. At that moment, the door of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's residence opened, and a few young men and women walked out. There were a total of 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman. All of them had an imposing aura, and it was obvious that they were giants among men. Humph, Wu Kuei, don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated those trash from the 4 great halls. Comparing us to those trash is your biggest mistake. A young man carrying a battle axe walked out and said arrogantly. Lu Ming could not help but curl his lips. The people from the Qilin Courtyard were really the same. Regardless of their cultivation level, they were all high and mighty. Of course, except for the mid-autumn moon, Lu Ming added in his heart. Hee. Special bloodlines are also divided into high and low ranks. Some special bloodlines are trash. In my opinion, you guys are similar to those trash. Wu Kuei sneered. You're courting death. Chapter 258. The young man from the Mystic Essence Sword sect shouted and slashed down with his battle axe. The battle axe carried a terrifying force. Obviously, these geniuses who were at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm had comprehended the force and were not weak at all. Child's play. Wu Kuei sneered and punched out. A terrifying fist force landed on the battle axe. Dong! With a loud explosion, the young man with the battle axe retreated slightly. Damn it! Explode! The young man with the battle axe roared and an ancient battle axe floated above his head. There were 6 blood-red chakras on the battle axe. This was his special bloodline. The battle axe vibrated and merged with the young man, causing his aura to surge. Sky-splitting slash. The young man roared and slashed out with his battle axe. This axe strike was capable of splitting mountains and splitting the heavens. Its might was 2 times stronger than the previous axe strike. Buzz! At that moment, a blood-red light flashed on Wu Kuei's body and a boundless mountain appeared above his head. The mountain was ancient, like a demonic mountain in the primordial times. Wu Kuei's bloodline was a mountain. Without a doubt, this was also a special bloodline. How mysterious. Wu Kuei's bloodline is a mountain. I've never seen him use it before. Someone shouted. Demonic mountain of hell. Wu Kuei roared and punched out. The terrifying fist force turned into a boundless demonic mountain and pressed down on the young man with the battle axe. Slash it open. The young man with the battle axe roared and slashed the mountain with his battle axe. Boom! With a violent tremor, the mountain was not slashed open. Instead, the young man with the battle axe trembled and his body was pressed down by the mountain and smashed to the ground. With a blood-curdling scream, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The young man with the battle axe was crushed into a pulp by the mountain. A genius with a special bloodline was killed just like that. Special bloodlines contain ancient and mysterious secrets. Only by comprehending a mysterious secret skill can one unleash the power of the special bloodline to the extreme. What's the point of leaving a piece of trash who can only use special bloodlines to comprehend the force and cultivate martial skills alive? Wu Kuei sneered. The remaining young men from the Mystic Essence Sword sect looked terrible. Now, who wants to fight? Wu Kuei looked at the remaining people. In the martial Grand Master realm, the duration of his bloodline eruption had increased to a shocking 10 minutes. He could already fight for a long period of time. The remaining members of the Mystic Essence Sword sect looked at each other with grave expressions. For a moment, no one stepped out. What? What a bunch of trash. Is this the strength of your Mystic Essence Sword sect? How disappointing. Let me tell you, there are still 5 people stronger than me in the Decimo Sword sect. Wu Kuei sneered. What? 5 more people? Impossible. Someone shouted. Everyone was shocked by Wu Kuei's words. Originally, everyone thought that with Wu Kuei's strength, he would definitely be one of the top few in the Shifang Sword sect. He might even be the strongest martial Grand Master in the Shifang Sword sect. But now, Wu Kuei actually said that there were 5 people stronger than him in the 10 Directions Sword sect. How was this possible? If it was true, wouldn't it be too terrifying? Your Mystic Essence Sword sect can't even beat me, who is ranked 6th. In my opinion, you should just withdraw from the 5 great sections. Wu Kuei continued to taunt. Damn it, I'll fight you. Among the remaining 3 people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, a young man with a battle sword on his back walked out. There was nothing to say. The battle immediately broke out. Unfortunately, Wu Kuei was too strong. The young man with the battle sword on his back had an ancient battle sword in his bloodline. He was stronger than the young man with the battle axe, but he was still no match for Wu Kuei. After more than 30 moves, the young man with the battle sword was hit by Wu Kuei's mountain and coughed up blood. If not for his strength, he would have been crushed into a pulp. Another person from the Mystic Essence Sword sect had lost. Who else? Come up and fight me. Wu Kuei laughed arrogantly. The remaining 2 people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect had ugly expressions. Their strength was not comparable to the young man with the battle sword on his back. If they went up, they would only be humiliating themselves. They might even lose their lives. However, they were already the strongest martial Grand Masters in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Who else wants to come up? Don't you even dare to fight? What a bunch of trash. Wu Kuei laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming looked on coldly. He had no intention of fighting. What did the Mystic Essence Sword sect's defeat have to do with him? He was not interested in fighting. In the clouds above the sky, Lin Shui, the Mystic Essence Sword sect leader, and a few golden-robed elders stood among the clouds. They looked down with gloomy faces. I didn't expect the Decimo Sword sect to have secretly cultivated so many peerless geniuses over the years. Wu Kuei has already comprehended some secret techniques from his bloodline. Ordinary special bloodlines are no match for him. One of the golden-robed elders sighed. It's a pity that Duanmu Lin has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. If he was still a martial grand master, he would have defeated him. Another golden-robed elder said. Then, they all fell silent. Now that they had lost, they had to think about how to reduce their influence as much as possible. Junior brother Wu Kuei, looks like they don't dare to come up. Sigh, how disappointing. I thought I would have a decent opponent today. Another disciple from the Decimo sword sect sighed. Your mystic essence sword sect should withdraw from the 5 major sects as soon as possible. Don't embarrass yourself, Wu Kuei laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming smiled and shook his head. He was about to walk out. Tianyun, it's you? Stop right there. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Lu Ming was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. A disciple from the Decimo sword sect stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy face. He gritted his teeth. Obviously, this disciple had seen him before and recognized him at this time. The others beside Lu Ming were shocked and could not help but step back. Suddenly, only Myungchang and his siblings were left around Lu Ming. He's Tianyun? Wu Kuei looked at Lu Ming. Yes, he's Tianyun. He has repeatedly gone against the Decimo sword sect. He deserves to die. The young man who recognized Lu Ming said with murderous intent. During this period, other senior brothers have been looking for him, but he has been hiding like a turtle. Today, I finally saw him. The young man added. Hiding? Lu Ming was a little speechless. He was just cultivating in seclusion. Since when did he hide? Well, then I'll get rid of him. Wu Kuei smiled coldly and walked towards Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, Tianyun, right? You should know that the crimes you've committed are unforgivable. How about this, I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. That way, I can make the decision to leave your corpse intact. Wu Kuei put his hands behind his back and looked arrogant. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This guy thinks too highly of himself. He wants me to commit suicide? Is there something wrong with your head? Or did your mother accidentally squash your head when she gave birth to you? Lu Ming stared at Wu Kuei and said word by word. Pfft. Chapter 259. They actually didn't want to laugh, but Lu Ming's words made them unable to hold back. Especially Ming Peak, he laughed until tears flowed out. Even the other disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect couldn't hold back their laughter. Wu Kuei's face turned red as his eyes turned red. He was so angry that his body trembled as he roared, Die, bastard. Boom. Wu Kuei threw a punch at Lu Ming. The fist force condensed into a huge mountain with shocking power. Lu Ming sneered and didn't back down at all. He also threw a punch. Bang! Lu Ming's fist smashed into the mountain that Wu Kuei threw out. A scene that made people's eyes pop out appeared. The mountain rumbled and exploded from Lu Ming's punch. Bang! 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 Wu Kuei took 7 to 8 steps back as his fist trembled non-stop. The surrounding onlookers sucked in a cold breath. Lu Ming actually forced Wu Kuei back with a punch. How was that possible? The strength that Wu Kuei displayed just now was extremely shocking. He suppressed many experts of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and was simply an invincible existence in the martial Grand Master realm. Now, he was actually forced back by Lu Ming with a punch. A few months ago, Lu Ming had displayed extremely powerful combat strength in the D Tian battle arena. He was able to obtain 10 consecutive victories across 2 levels. It was extremely terrifying. However, his cultivation was only in the 6th level of the martial Grand Master realm. As for Wu Kuei, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial Grand Master realm and a peerless genius. Before this punch, no one thought that Lu Ming could fight with Wu Kuei. However, the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. Damn it! Wu Kuei roared as his aura became even more terrifying. He was like an enraged lion. What are you shouting for? You're too weak. Aren't there a few people in the 10 Directions sword sect who are stronger than you? Come at me together. I don't have that much time to play with you. If you want to fight, hurry up and come at me together. Lu Ming glanced at the other disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect and said indifferently. What? What? The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect were stunned. The surrounding spectators were also stunned. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the experts of the 10 Directions sword sect. Was he crazy? In the sky, Lin Xue's eyes flashed as she stared at Lu Ming. This young man is quite strong, but he's underestimating the geniuses of the Decimo sword sect. A golden-robed elder shook his head. It's not that I'm looking down on the geniuses of the Shifang sword sect, it's just that this young man is confident in himself. Lin Shui said. You have the confidence? According to the sect leader's words, could it be that this little fellow had challenged the experts of the 10 Directions sword sect and won? How was this possible? Even when Qiu Changkong was a martial grandmaster, he wasn't this strong, right? The golden-robed elder said. We haven't fought yet. Who knows? Lin Shui smiled faintly. The other golden-robed elders were somewhat bewildered. Arrogant, too arrogant. He is courting death. Kill him. Many disciples of Decimo sword faction roared furiously. Tianyun, since you're so confident, don't blame us for winning by outnumbering you. Let's attack together. A handsome young man said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared beside Lu Ming, forming a triangle with Wu Kuei. Boom! Then, an extremely shocking aura erupted from the young man's body. Then, a bloodline in the shape of a saber appeared. There was no doubt that it was also a special bloodline. As soon as the bloodline appeared, a shocking saber light shot into the sky. Its aura was even stronger than Wu Kuei's. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, 4 figures flashed and appeared around Lu Ming, surrounding Lu Ming. A bloodline floated above each of the 4 of them. 2 of them had special bloodlines, and the other 2 didn't have special bloodlines. However, they were extremely powerful mutants. Each of their aura was terrifyingly powerful. Each of their aura was stronger than Wu Kuei's. The geniuses of the Mystic Essence sword sect with special bloodlines turned pale. Their eyes were full of disappointment. The onlookers also widened their eyes in shock. Previously, when Wu Kuei said that there were 5 geniuses stronger than him in the Decimo sword sect, many people didn't believe him. They thought that Wu Kuei was trying to elevate the Decimo sword sect. But now, they knew that Wu Kuei was telling the truth. There were really 5 geniuses in the Decimo sword sect who were stronger than Wu Kuei. This was too shocking. Countless people were shocked by the strength of the Decimo sword sect. One of these geniuses is enough to defeat all geniuses of the same level, let alone 6 of them. Tianyun is doomed. He will die here today. It's a pity that such a genius will die here. In the future, he will not be weaker than the 6 heroes. The crowd sighed. Attack! At this moment, the 6 exceptional geniuses attacked at the same time. Boom! Boom! 6 different attacks flew towards Lu Ming from different directions. Each of the attacks was extremely terrifying. Each of them had the power of a martial ancestor realm LV1. The martial grandmaster realm and martial ancestor realm were 2 completely different realms. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. It was rare for a martial grandmaster realm cultivator to have the combat strength of a martial ancestor realm LV1. Now, the 6 geniuses from the Decimo sword sect had the strength of a martial ancestor realm LV1. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Wind, fire. Lu Ming said softly. He grasped the air with his right hand and a long spear appeared. The long spear was infused with the power of wind and fire. Boom! Then, Lu Ming bent his legs slightly and exerted force. The ground under his feet exploded, creating a large hole. The floor cracked like a spider web. Lu Ming's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. The long spear pierced upwards, creating a terrifying whistling sound. Boom! Lu Ming's spear pierced a large hole in the joint attack of the 6 geniuses. Lu Ming shot up into the sky. Go up and surround him. One of the geniuses from the Decimo sword sect shouted. Then, the sound of the air being pierced could be heard. 6 figures shot up into the sky. Human Dao palm. Lu Ming said softly and threw a palm down. Whoosh! Spiritual qi surged wildly between heaven and earth and gathered toward Lu Ming. A large palm print appeared in the sky. The lines on the palm were clear as if they were real. The large palm print slammed down. Wherever the palm print passed, the air would explode. It was extremely terrifying. Not good. Let's fight together. The faces of the 6 geniuses from the Decimo sword sect changed drastically. They screamed in horror. The 6 of them used all their strength. Suddenly, 6 terrifying attacks gathered together and blasted towards the large palm print. Suppress. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes and he shouted softly. Boom! The palm print collided with the attacks of the 6 geniuses. The force swept out and formed a terrifying shockwave that rushed in all directions. Not good. Below, the crowd's faces changed drastically and they fled in all directions. Bam! Bam! The force swept across the ground, creating a large crater. Bam! Then, there was a loud explosion. The joint attack of the 6 geniuses from the Decimo sword sect was shattered by the palm print. The palm print did not stop and continued to press down. How could this be? Wu Kuei shouted. Chapter 260. Boom! With a deafening boom, the 6 geniuses of the Decimo sword sect were directly smashed to the ground by the huge palm print. They crashed heavily into the ground, creating 6 large pits and filling the air with smoke and dust. In the distance, countless people stared blankly at this scene. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. They even forgot to breathe. They could only stare blankly with their eyes wide open. It was as if they wanted to engrave this scene in their hearts forever. This was because it was too shocking. Any one of the 6 geniuses of the Decimo sword sect could defeat almost all the martial grandmasters in the Blazing Sun Empire. But now, the 6 of them were defeated by Lu Ming in a single palm strike. Even a fool would be able to see the difference between them. The remaining 3 geniuses of the Mystic Essence sword sect looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. It was as if they could not believe that there was such a genius in the world. Then, the disappointment in their eyes became stronger. Before coming to the imperial capital, they were arrogant and thought that they were the favored children of heaven and earth. They looked down on martial artists with ordinary bloodlines. They thought that no one in the world was stronger than them in a battle of the same level. But not long after coming to the imperial capital, they suffered a fatal blow. They were defeated by Wu Kuei alone. In front of Wu Kuei, they were no match at all. But such an opponent that they looked up to, together with 5 other geniuses who were stronger than Wu Kuei, was defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. This simply overturned their understanding of the world. The blow to them was too big. In the past, we dominated the Mystic Essence sword sect and thought that we were invincible. It turns out that we have been ignorant all this time. The only woman among the 3 sighed softly. The other 2's eyes flickered and then turned into sighs. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. Only today did they truly understand this principle. In the sky, Lin Shui and the other golden-robed elders were also stunned. Amazing, really amazing. There is such a genius in the Star General Hall. Looking at his age, he is only in his 20s. A golden-robed elder sighed, full of envy. In fact, Lu Ming's actual age was not even 18 years old. It was just that he was wearing a disguise, so he looked like he was in his 20s. The second level of the Earth Realm Palm Art. Great success in the force of fire and minor success in the force of wind. His Jin Qi is incomparably dense. Genius, a true genius. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled. Even though he thought highly of Lu Ming before, he still couldn't help but sigh. Big brother Tianyun is mighty. Big brother Tianyun is invincible. Ming Peak came to his senses and shouted excitedly. When the dust settled, everyone saw 6 large pits on the ground. The 6 geniuses of the Decimo sword faction were lying motionless in the pits, their bodies covered in blood. Even though he was still breathing and wasn't dead yet, there were many broken bones in his body. Without a month or 2 of recuperation, it would be impossible for him to make a full recovery. What genius! That's all you've got? Lu Ming said as he glanced at Wu Kuei and the rest. Wu Kuei and the others almost spat out another mouthful of blood. If it weren't for their severe injuries, they would have roared out loud. He was angry and regretful. During this period of time, they had defeated many geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Astral Hall, and Crimson Cloud Valley, pushing the reputation of the Decimo sword faction to the peak. But now, the 6 of them were defeated by Lu Ming with a single palm strike. If this news spread, it would be a joke. It was definitely a huge blow to the reputation of the Decimo sword faction. Their efforts during this period of time were equivalent to nothing under Lu Ming's palm strike. Ha, great! In the sky, a golden-robed elder laughed. Lu Ming glanced at Wu Kuei and the others indifferently and didn't make any more moves. He turned around and strode away. Myeongchang and the others quickly followed. Countless pairs of eyes followed Lu Ming and watched Lu Ming's back as he left. This was an arrogant, determined, and unyielding back view. In the sky, Lin Shui looked at Lu Ming's back and was shocked. In his eyes, Tianyun's back overlapped with the back of another young man. They were so similar. Lu Ming. Lin Shui whispered, his eyes shining. After a long time, it turned into a long sigh. This long sigh contained a trace of regret. Maybe, my choice was wrong. Lin Shui sighed in his heart. In Lu Ming's room in the Astral Hall. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed. Now, my cultivation is very close to the 9th level of the Martial Master Realm. I have to break through as soon as possible. Then, I can refine the blood refining pill and improve the foundation of the 2nd bloodline to prepare for the awakening of the 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming thought to himself. Before the Emperor's birthday, Lu Ming had been in seclusion in the Earth Essence Cave for 3 months. In the first month, he had refined 100 monster cores and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Martial Master Realm. In the next 2 months, his cultivation had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the Martial Master Realm. In the last month, he had refined another 100 monster cores of the 9th level of the 3rd level of the Martial Master Realm and reached the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Master Realm. With his current cultivation, the 2nd level of the 3 Dao Palms, and the fire force that had broken through to the greater success, it was normal for him to defeat Wu Kuei and the others with 1 palm. He did not place the matter of defeating Wu Kuei and the others in his heart. In his opinion, it was an insignificant matter. His current goal was to break through to the 9th layer Martial Grandmaster as soon as possible, and then break through to the Martial Ancestor realm. Immediately, Lu Ming began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. This was because he felt a terrifying murderous intent shrouding him. At the same time, an extremely dangerous feeling arose, causing his heart to tremble slightly and his hair to stand on end. Oh no! There was no time to think. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming soared to the sky and dashed toward the ceiling. Chi! At this time, a terrifying sound broke through the air. 100-meter long, extremely bright sword light slashed toward Lu Ming's dorm room. Boom! Lu Ming's dorm room, including the other rooms, suddenly exploded. Gravel and wood chips flew in all directions. The whole floor was split in half. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed to the sky from the broken wood. Tianyun, die! With a cold bellow, Lu Ming saw 2 young men walking in the air toward him. Chi! One of the young men in a yellow robe slashed with his sword. Another terrifying sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. The speed of the sword light was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Lu Ming. Ancient shield. Lu Ming let out a low roar. 4 ancient shields condensed in front of him in succession. 4 shields were stacked in front of Lu Ming, blocking him. Boom! The sword light slashed on the shields, causing them to shake violently. Then, the first shield exploded, followed by the second, the third. In just a breath's time, all 4 shields had exploded. However, in just a breath's time, Lu Ming's bloodline erupted. A powerful devouring force covered his body. At the same time, he frantically retreated and took out the demon-suppressing spear to block in front of him. Clang! Chapter 261. Lu Ming's figure descended rapidly. When he was about to hit the ground, his body burst out with a burst of chi as he stomped heavily on the ground, causing his body to continue to drift backward. Trying to escape. Do you think you can escape today? The yellow-robed young man in the sky yelled coldly. He was extremely furious. Despite his cultivation of the peak second-layer martial ancestor realm, coupled with the fact that he had failed to kill Lu Ming with 2 consecutive attacks, he felt extremely humiliated. Die! The yellow-robed young man held his sword with both hands and lashed out. A terrifying sword ray that was a few hundred meters long tore through the air and instantly approached Lu Ming. Senior brother Huang, let me help you. Beside the yellow-robed young man was a white-robed young man. At that moment, he drew his sword out of its sheath and stabbed forward. A peerlessly sharp sword chi penetrated Lu Ming's body. At that instant, Lu Ming's eyelids twitched as if he was facing the Grim Reaper. Block, block. Lu Ming's eyes turned red as he circulated his chi to the maximum. 4 ancient shields appeared in front of him to block the attack. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming lashed out with his palm and executed the human Dao Palm. A giant palm print appeared in front of him and blasted forward with the force of wind and fire. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred, causing the entire Star General Hall to tremble violently. Figures screamed as they rushed out of the dormitories and fled in all directions. The human Dao Palm and the ancient shields that Lu Ming had executed were shattered into pieces as the terrifying force landed on Lu Ming's body. Bang! Lu Ming was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing through 2 dormitory buildings and flying a few hundred meters away. Lu Ming supported himself with his spear, leaving a deep mark on the ground before he came to a stop. His body shuddered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Still not dead? In the sky, the 2 young men were astounded. With their cultivation and combat strength, even a first-layer martial ancestor realm expert would be killed with a single slash. However, Lu Ming had managed to block the attack and was only injured, not dead. This was too shocking. Kill! The 2 young men's killing intent burst forth. Their eyes flashed with cold lightning as they charged towards Lu Ming. Stop! With a few loud roars, a few streams of light broke through the air and arrived at the top of the dormitory in an instant. They were the elders of the General Hall. Scram! The yellow-robed young man and the white-robed young man were incomparably domineering. They slashed out with their battle swords, and sword chi soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! The 3 elders of the Star General Hall were no match for him and were sent flying several hundred meters away. Stop! Your Decimo sword faction has gone too far. You've openly killed a student of my Astral General Hall. Let's see how your Decimo sword faction will explain this to the royal family. An elder roared as he looked anxiously at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a peerless genius of the Star General Hall. He was the hope of the future. Nothing could happen to him. However, the 2 young men of the Decimo sword faction were gold-level disciples of the Decimo sword faction. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the second-layer martial ancestor realm and they were also peerless geniuses. Their combat strength was comparable to a third-layer martial ancestor realm. Among the 3 of them, the most powerful one was in the second-layer martial ancestor realm while the other 2 were only in the first-layer martial ancestor realm. They were no match for Lu Ming. Explain? Why should the Decimo sword faction deal with the royal family? What a joke. Tian Yun has been going against the Decimo sword faction and has killed many geniuses of the Decimo sword faction. He deserves to die. Scram now or all of you will die. The yellow-robed young man roared in an overbearing manner. The three elders of the general hall had ugly looks on their faces, but they stood firmly in front of Lu Ming. Pfft. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. He supported himself with his spear and stood straight as he looked at the sky. They were indeed disciples of the Decimo sword faction. It seemed that the Decimo sword faction had been forced into a corner and had sent their gold-level disciples to attack the general hall. Then, he looked in the direction of the dormitory. It was in ruins and screams of agony could be heard continuously. Lu Ming had managed to dodge the first attack, but the others did not have the strength to do so. At least 10 people had died under that attack and many more were injured. Fortunately, Ming Peak had been staying at Myungchang's place during this period of time. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Damn it. Lu Ming gripped the spear shaft tightly and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Senior brother Huang, why are you talking so much nonsense? Just kill them. The white-robed young man was even colder and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. He took a step forward and charged forward. Hold on, the elites will be here soon. One of the elders roared angrily and charged forward with all his might. The other 2 elders did the same, but they were no match for the white-robed young man. After more than 10 moves, they were injured and one of the elders in the first layer martial ancestor realm even lost an arm. You overestimate yourselves. The yellow-robed young man sneered with disdain. How dare you? Suddenly, there was a loud roar and a snow-white saber light slashed from afar. It tore through the void and arrived in an instant. Oh no, 4th layer martial ancestor realm. The 2 young men's expressions changed and they each slashed out with their swords. However, they were swept by the saber light and were sent flying over 1,000 meters away. Whoosh! In the sky, several streams of light arrived in an instant. There were a total of 3 people, 2 elders and 1 young man. Hua Qi, the young man was Hua Qi. He was enveloped by the genuine Qi of the elder, which was why he could walk in the air. I'm here. Let's see who can kill Tian Yun. Hua Qi's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the 2 young men from the Decimo sword sect. 8th Prince, Tian Yun has been going against the Decimo sword sect and he's trying to destroy the relationship between the Decimo sword sect and the imperial family. He has ulterior motives and the imperial family might be harmed by him. The yellow-robed young man said coldly. You don't have to worry about that. I'll investigate it. Now, get out of the Star General Hall. Hua Qi shouted in a domineering manner. You. Hua Qi, I'm giving face to the imperial family by calling you the 8th prince. Don't be so shameless. The yellow-robed young man said angrily. How dare Hua Qi tell him to get out? He was a gold-ranked disciple of the Decimo sword sect. There were very few gold-ranked disciples in the 5 major sects and each of them was a famous figure in the Blazing Sun Empire. Their status was not much lower than those gold-robed elders. Because they had unlimited potential, they would have no problem becoming gold-robed elders in the future. Now, Hua Qi dared to scold them. So what if he was the 8th prince? Their gazes were cold. If you don't get out, I'll make you get out. Let me tell you, the imperial capital is the imperial capital of the imperial family after all. Hua Qi shouted coldly. Beside him, the 2 elders burst out with powerful auras. One of them was at the 3rd layer martial ancestor realm while the other was at the 4th layer martial ancestor realm. The yellow-robed young man and the white-robed young man looked fearful. If they were at the 3rd layer martial ancestor realm, they could still fight. However, they were no match for the 4th layer martial ancestor realm even if they worked together. Good, good, good. 8th prince, let's wait and see. The yellow-robed young man said the word good 3 times in a row, but his voice was extremely gloomy. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, Tian Yun, if you're capable, don't leave the Star General Hall for the rest of your life. We'll wait for you outside the Star General Hall and see how long the Imperial family can protect you. Chapter 262. Looking at the sky, Lu Ming looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Martial Ancestor Realm, I have to break through to Martial Ancestor Realm as soon as possible. I might seem invincible among Martial Grand Masters, but I'm still not strong enough to face Martial Ancestor Realm experts. The day I break through to Martial Ancestor Realm will be the day you die. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Quickly save the injured and clean up the dormitory. The Star General Hall elder ordered his men. On the side, Hua Qi's eyes were also filled with killing intent and unwillingness. Someone had openly killed their way into the Star General Hall, destroyed several buildings, killed more than a dozen students, and injured many more. The men he brought with him had the strength to stop the culprit, but they could only watch helplessly as the culprit left. Such humiliation made Hua Qi's body tremble. After a while, Hua Qi took a deep breath and walked to Lu Ming's side. Tianyun, how are your injuries? I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Although his injuries were not light, they were not fatal. He would recover soon. I never thought that the 10 Directions Sword faction would dare to openly kill people in the Star General Hall. They're getting more and more lawless. In the past, I would have some scruples. Hua Qi said. This time, I have to thank you. Lu Ming said. Why are you thanking me? Lu Ming, I was looking for you for something today, but I didn't expect to run into the incident just now. Oh. Why are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked. It's about your father. Hua Qi said softly. My father. Lu Ming was shocked. His eyes were filled with hope as he said with a trembling voice, could it be? Hua Qi nodded and said, let's talk on the side. The two of them walked to a secluded area. Lu Ming, I've found your father. Hua Qi said. My father, where is he? Is he in the imperial capital? Lu Ming asked in a trembling voice. Hua Qi shook his head and said, he was originally in the imperial capital. He was imprisoned in an extremely secret place in the north of the imperial capital by the 10 Directions Sword sect. But 7 days ago, a group of unknown people suddenly attacked that secret place. Your father has already been taken away by that group of people. What? Kidnapped by a group of unknown people? Lu Ming was greatly shaken. Do you know why those people kidnapped my father? He asked. Hua Qi shook his head and said, I don't know about that. However, we've already found out that group of people are currently rushing towards the desolate wasteland, and the members of the Decimo Sword sect are pursuing them with all their might. Desolate wasteland, I'm going to save my father immediately. Lu Ming revealed an anxious expression. Lu Ming, wait a moment. Don't be hasty. Don't forget that the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction are still waiting for you outside. Hua Qi shouted. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Yes, to go to the desolate wasteland, he first had to deal with those 2 disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. Lu Ming, I'll think of a way to lure those 2 disciples away. Also, my father has already sent 4 great experts to the desolate wasteland in secret. Speaking until here, a sword-shaped jade tablet appeared in Hua Qi's hand. He handed it to Lu Ming and said, this is a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman. The 4 great experts sent by my father also have a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman. When you arrive at the desolate wasteland, you can use this to send a message to them. Within 10,000 miles, you'll be able to receive the other party's message. Hua Qi, thank you. Lu Ming received it and thanked him sincerely. Hua Qi had really helped him a lot. I've said that you don't need to thank me. You must be careful when you go. Hua Qi said. Lu Ming nodded and said with a smile, wait for me to come back and drink. Alright, I'll go lure away those 2 from the 10 Directions Sword sect. Hua Qi nodded and led the 2 old men out of the Star General Hall in a flash. About half an hour later, Hua Qi's figure appeared and said, Lu Ming, you can go now. Lu Ming nodded and took out a black robe and a bamboo hat. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming left the Star General Hall and walked along some small streets towards the north. After passing through 7 or 8 streets, he didn't see any disciples of the 10,000-mile sword sect chasing after him. Stop! Just when Lu Ming let down his guard, a delicate shout sounded. Swoosh! There was a sound of something breaking through the air and a pretty figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Xia! Xianyinqing! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the person in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. The girl in front of him was incomparably beautiful. She was wearing a short skirt, revealing a pair of slender and fair thighs. Her big eyes blinked as she stared at Lu Ming. If it wasn't Xianyinqing, who else could it be? He had never imagined that he would run into Xianyinqing here. Why did Xianyinqing stop him? He had changed his appearance and was wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat. Xianyinqing couldn't recognize him. Ahem, miss, may I know why you're blocking my way? Lu Ming coughed a few times and lowered his voice. He sounded like a burly man in his 30s. Lu Ming, what are you pretending for? I finally found you. Come, let's have a fight. The corner of Xianyinqing's mouth rose slightly as he said disdainfully. Ah. Lu Ming was stunned. Xianyinqing really recognized him. How was that possible? Did he reveal any flaws? But when he looked around, he didn't reveal any flaws. But why did Xianyinqing insist that he was Lu Ming? Lu Ming took off his bamboo hat, revealing his disguised face, and said, Look, young lady, you really recognized the wrong person. Humph. Xianyinqing's small lips curled up slightly, her disdain growing. Lu Ming, you're still pretending. No matter how you disguise yourself, I will be able to recognize you. No matter how you disguise yourself, you won't be able to change your scent. It just so happens that my nose is more special. As long as I smell someone, even if he turns into ashes, I will be able to recognize him. That works? Lu Ming was speechless. He had thought of everything, but he didn't expect this. Ha ha ha, Miss Xia, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you. Unfortunately, I have an urgent matter to attend to now. Please make way. Let's have a chat another day. Lu Ming laughed, revealing his original voice. Humph, Lu Ming, it's not easy to meet you. Don't even think about leaving. I said last time that if I see you again, I will ruthlessly trample you under my feet. Come, let's fight. Xianyinqing looked at Lu Ming unkindly. I said, I don't have time now. If you want to fight, I will accompany you later. Lu Ming's voice sank. He had to rush to the desolate wilderness. How could he have time to fight with Xianyinqing? I don't care. Don't even think about leaving today. Xianyinqing was very rude and unreasonable. He blocked in front of Lu Ming. Get out of my way. Lu Ming coldly shouted. He pushed out a palm, and a powerful true qi gushed out, wanting to push Xianyinqing away. But unexpectedly, Xianyinqing's body moved slightly, and a powerful true qi gushed out, counteracting Lu Ming's true qi. So strong. Chapter 263. Xianyinqing was also a little surprised. Apparently, Lu Ming's strength was also beyond her expectations. Alright, you're quite strong. You're just in time to fight with me. Xianyinqing's eyes lit up. You're crazy. I don't have time for you. Lu Ming snorted coldly. Then, he soared into the sky and ran away at top speed. Don't even think about leaving. Xianyinqing shouted. She kicked her legs and chased after Lu Ming at top speed as if her body was weightless. Her speed was unbelievably fast. She was not slower than Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the high air steps to the extreme and walked hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Soon, he was out of the imperial city and heading northwest. Xianyinqing followed closely behind him. She could also walk in the air for a short time. This bitch is really crazy. Forget it. Follow me if you want. Lu Ming was speechless. He let her follow him. He used his body movement technique and moved forward at top speed. The desolate wilderness was at the northwest border of the Burning Sun Empire. It was a desolate wilderness that spanned across 3 empires. It was the border of the 3 empires. To the north was the Yin Moon Empire. To the northwest was the Blood Zhao Empire, a middle-level empire. Empires were divided into low-level, middle-level, high-level, and super-level empires according to their strength. The Burning Sun Empire and the Yin Moon Empire were all low-level empires. Emperor Yun had 36 empires. 8 of them were middle-level empires. The rest were all low-level empires. The middle-level empires were at least 10 times stronger than the low-level empires. They could not be compared. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him 4 or 5 days to reach the desolate wilderness. After 1 day and 1 night, Lu Ming's genuine qi was exhausted. He stopped to meditate and recover. Not far behind him, Xianyinqing was also panting and sweating. She stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground. She's really persistent. Lu Ming was speechless. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's true qi had completely recovered, and he saw Xianyinqing also stand up. How about this? I really have something urgent to do. Once I'm done here, I'll fight you. Lu Ming said. Who knows where you'll run off to? You treated me like that back then. I said that I'll definitely trample you under my feet. I'll definitely do what I said. Don't even think about running away. I'll follow you. When you're done with your business, I'll teach you a lesson. Xianyinqing gritted his teeth. Lu Ming was speechless. Wasn't this girl's temper a little too strange? Forget it, forget it. Follow me if you want. Lu Ming was speechless. Then, Lu Ming continued on his way with Xianyinqing following beside him. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. The desolate wasteland was already in sight. He stood on top of a mountain and gazed into the distance. The desolate wasteland was incomparably vast. It was like a gigantic beast lying down in front of them. The 2 of them took a step forward and headed towards the desolate wasteland. When they entered the desolate wasteland, they realized that the desolate wasteland was not completely desolate. They could see patches of trees and weeds. However, these trees and weeds did not have any leaves. They looked lifeless. The surroundings were completely silent. Not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. However, Lu Ming and Xianyinqing did not dare to be careless. The desolate wasteland was known for its danger. Roar! At this moment, the 2 of them saw a giant black tiger running through the desolate forest. This giant tiger had a powerful aura. It was actually a Class 2 LV3 demonic beast. Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, in front of the giant tiger, a black fog suddenly flew down from a leafless tree. The black fog coiled around the giant tiger and then flew away, disappearing from the tree. Below, a tiger-shaped skeleton was left. Lu Ming and Xianyinqing felt their scalps go numb. They could clearly see that the black mist that flew out of the tree was actually a type of tiny ant. However, there were too many of them and their power was terrifying. The Class 2 LV3 giant tiger did not even have the chance to scream before it turned into a pile of white bones. The desolate wasteland was indeed strange. They had to be extra careful. The 2 of them continued to move forward. Along the way, they were more than 300 miles into the desolate wasteland. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 8 figures flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming and Xianyinqing. The 2 of them paused and stopped. The Decimo Sword Sect is handling some matters here. We have temporarily requisitioned this area. Please go back. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, said. His tone was unusually domineering. When did the desolate wasteland become the Decimo Sword Sect's territory? This is the first time I've heard of it. Lu Ming sneered. If I say it's ours, then it's ours. Kid, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold and his body emitted a faint murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Ming did not wear his bamboo hat. These people from the Decimo sword sect had obviously never seen Lu Ming before and did not recognize him. Lu Ming glanced at the people from the Decimo sword sect. The leader of the group had an extremely strong aura and was in the martial ancestor realm. The other 7 people were all martial grandmaster realm LV9 experts. Obviously, the Decimo sword sect had mobilized a large force to capture Lu Yuntian. Okay, let's go. Suddenly, Lu Ming said and turned to leave. Xian Yinqing's eyes flashed. He did not say anything and followed Lu Ming. Behind them, the middle-aged man from the Decimo sword sect had a strong murderous intent in his eyes. These 2 people are suspicious. I'd rather kill them than let them go. Kill them. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Kill. Immediately, 2 martial grandmaster realm LV9 experts unsheathed their swords and charged at Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing respectively. They were extremely fast and arrived behind the 2 in an instant. Their wide swords slashed down at their heads. However, at this moment, Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing suddenly turned around. Lu Ming waved his hand and a long spear appeared. It directly pierced through the martial grandmaster realm LV9 expert who was charging at him. Xian Yinqing flicked his finger. With a whistling sound, the opponent's head suddenly flew high into the air and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. He could see that Xian Yinqing's cultivation had already reached the martial grandmaster realm LV9. It seemed that Xian Yinqing had some fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Otherwise, his cultivation could not have improved so quickly. It was because he had the spirit-devouring bloodline that his cultivation soared so quickly. However, Xian Yinqing did not have the spirit-devouring bloodline. It was really shocking that his cultivation breakthrough was not slower than his. I knew that you would do this. Lu Ming looked coldly at the remaining people of the Decimo sword sect. In an instant, the 2 experts were killed, causing the middle-aged man and the others to be stunned. Then, they roared furiously, "You dare to kill the disciples of my Decimo sword sect? You're courting death. Kill them." The middle-aged man emitted a terrifying aura and charged at Lu Ming. The remaining 5 martial grandmaster realm LV9 experts charged at Xian Yinqing. Martial grandmaster realm LV1. Just nice to test my strength. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He shook his long spear and charged at the other party. During this period of seclusion, he had gained a lot. His combat strength had increased rapidly and he did not know what level he had reached. Previously, he had fought twice. The first time was with a martial artist at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm LV9. The other time, it was 2 geniuses at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm LV2. The first time was too weak and the second time was too strong. It was not a good test for Lu Ming's combat strength. Chapter 264. A mere martial grandmaster dares to fight with me? Die. The middle-aged martial ancestor sneered. In his opinion, Lu Ming was overestimating himself and courting death. Swish. The middle-aged martial ancestor's sword slashed towards Lu Ming's head. He wanted to cut off Lu Ming's head with one slash. Wang. Swish. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and pierced forward. A bright spear radiance pierced forward. The spear radiance clashed with the middle-aged martial ancestor's sword. The middle-aged martial ancestor's face instantly changed. Boom! An incomparably sharp and powerful force blasted towards the middle-aged martial ancestor realm master. The middle-aged martial ancestor realm master's body trembled violently as he frantically retreated. He slid back tens of meters in the forest and left a deep ravine in the ground. How can a martial grand master be so powerful? The middle-aged martial ancestor roared in his heart. So this is your strength? It's nothing much. Kill. Lu Ming raised his spear and charged towards the middle-aged martial ancestor. The long spear pierced out and a bright spear radiance burst out. The middle-aged martial ancestor tried his best, but he was still no match for Lin Fan. After 6 moves, he was swept by Lu Ming's spear and flew out screaming. Swish! Lu Ming chased after him and smashed down with his long spear. Bang! The middle-aged martial ancestor screamed again as his body was smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. He lay in the pit and spat out blood continuously. He could not move at all. A figure flashed and Xian Yanqing appeared beside him. Obviously, the 5 martial grand masters had been dealt with by her. The middle-aged martial ancestor lay in the pit and looked at the 2 youths with horror in his eyes. Where did this young man come from? He was too terrifying. His battle prowess was so strong that it was simply shocking. Could they be geniuses from the Blood Zhao Empire? The middle-aged martial ancestor thought. In the Burning Sun Empire, he had never heard of such a powerful martial grand master. It would be normal for such a genius to appear in a medium-sized empire like the Blood Zhao Empire. Tell me, what's the situation of the person you're chasing? Where is he? Lu Ming stared coldly at the middle-aged Wu Zong and asked coldly. Could it be that you're also after the martial emperor's treasure's key? Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, my 10 directions sword faction's Qiu Changkong is right in front. You, a mere martial grand master, want to interfere? You're really courting death. The middle-aged Wu Zong shouted angrily. The secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? And Qiu Changkong is also in front? Lu Ming's expression changed. He looked a little serious and doubtful. The leader of the 6 heroes, Qiu Changkong, was actually chasing after his father. And the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? Could it be related to the martial emperor? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. Above martial great masters were martial kings. They were known as kings and were extremely powerful. Whether or not there was a martial king in the vast Burning Sun Empire was still a question. Even an overlord like Lin Shui had not reached the martial king realm. However, when a martial king was compared to a martial emperor, the difference was like heaven and earth. No, it was even greater. There was simply no comparison. Above the martial king realm, there were still the spirit god realm, the 3 realms. Above the 3 realms was the martial emperor realm. A martial emperor could shatter the heavens and the earth with a flick of his finger. He was the strongest person in the divine wilderness continent and was invincible. As for whether there were any higher realms above the martial emperor realm, there were legends, but they had always been legends. Could the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure be related to the martial emperor? Lu Ming could not help but be shocked. Lu Ming did not notice that when Xian Yanqing heard about the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure, his eyes were filled with astonishment. So I advise you to let me go quickly. I can hide what happened today. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. The middle-aged martial great master threatened. Ah! However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately let out a miserable shriek as Lu Ming's spear pierced through his thigh. So much nonsense. Speak, where are you now? Did you catch the person you were chasing? Lu Ming asked coldly. The middle-aged martial great master broke out in cold sweat as he shrieked, I'll speak, please don't kill me. He knew that he had met a tough opponent today and could only beg for mercy. Speak. Lu Ming shouted coldly. From here, the experts from the Yin Moon Empire kidnapped the person we were chasing. Our men are about to catch up with them. The middle-aged martial great master shouted. Yin Moon Empire? Lu Ming frowned as he felt that the situation was getting more and more complicated. He continued to ask, how many experts did you bring this time? Apart from Qiu Changkong, there are 7 martial great masters. Apart from me, there are 6 others and over 100 martial grand masters. The middle-aged martial great master answered honestly. I've already said what I should say. Please let me go. I will not tell anyone about what happened today. The middle-aged martial great master begged. However, there was a murderous look in his eyes as he thought to himself. As long as Lu Ming let him go, he would inform Qiu Changkong and kill Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Let you go? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. There was a flash of murderous intent as the long spear pierced out. Don't, the middle-aged martial great master shouted, but in the next moment, his voice stopped abruptly as his heart was crushed by Lu Ming's spear. I won't leave any hidden dangers behind. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, your combat strength is not bad. I'm looking forward to trampling you under my feet. Xian Yanqing sized up Lu Ming carefully as his eyes burned with passion. Lu Ming shuddered and quickly changed the topic. You don't want the spoils of war. I want them. After speaking, Lu Ming searched the bodies of the Shifang sword sect members. At the same time, he controlled the soul-devouring bloodline and secretly devoured their blood essence. There was a martial great master realm first stage martial great master's blood essence. Lu Ming did not want to miss it. After the previous battle, Lu Ming had a better understanding of his combat strength. He was roughly at the peak of the martial great master realm. That middle-aged man was only at the early stage of the martial great master realm. Therefore, he was defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves due to his carelessness. However, such combat strength was far from enough. Qiu Changkong was the leader of the 6 heroes and his combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, there were other martial great masters. It would be difficult to save his father. He had to continuously improve his strength. Soon, the blood essence of the 8 Shifang sword sect disciples were all devoured by Lu Ming. 8 storage rings appeared in his hand. Hey, you can't take the storage rings for yourself. I want that martial great master's storage ring. Xian Yanqing shouted. Why should I? Lu Ming did not give it to him. No, I'm taking it. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth. All right, but I want to cultivate for a while. Guard me. Lu Ming said. You. All right. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and finally agreed. The two of them left and stopped in a valley more than 50 miles away. Lu Ming wanted to refine the blood essence and break through to the martial great master realm. Xian Yanqing snorted and unwillingly stood guard for Lu Ming at the entrance of the valley. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true dragon fighting art. Rumble. The blood essence of a martial great master realm first stage martial great master was too rich. It was constantly converted into vigorous energy and was refined by Lu Ming into genuine qi. Chapter 265. About 2 hours later, there was a booming sound coming from Lu Ming's body. A powerful aura burst out, but it was soon restrained. 9th level martial master, breakthrough. Not far away, Xian Yanqing widened her eyes in shock. He broke through just like that? To be honest, when she first saw Lu Ming, she was shocked because Lu Ming's cultivation speed was too fast. Back in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral secret realm, Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level lower than hers. He was only a 2nd level martial master. It had only been half a year, but Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to a terrifying level. If she had not had a fortuitous encounter in the past 6 months, she would have been surpassed by Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming had broken through again. She did not know about the magic of Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline, so she was naturally shocked. All right, let's go. Lu Ming smiled and got up to walk forward. Xian Yanqing's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Ming as if she wanted to see through him. The two of them walked toward the depths of the desolate wilderness. During this time, Lu Ming used the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman to send a message to the experts of the imperial family and soon received a response. However, Lu Ming did not meet up with the experts of the imperial family. Instead, he walked separately. If they gathered together, they would be too big of a target. At this time, in a desolate forest in the depths of the desolate wilderness. With a flash of light, more than a dozen figures in black robes appeared. Among these people, there were some old men and some middle-aged men. Among them, there was only a young man in his 20s. However, everyone seemed to follow the young man's lead. Damn it, the 10 Directions sword sect is really like a haunting ghost, biting and not letting go like a dog. A middle-aged man said unhappily. If it weren't for this cripple, how could the Shifang sword sect catch up with us? Another man with a scar on his face said coldly as he looked at another person. This person had messy hair that reached his waist. His face was full of beard that hung down to his chest. His hair and beard were like a bird's nest. No one knew how long it had been since he washed them. He was wearing a tattered shirt that was stained with blood. His eyes were empty and lifeless as he stared blankly at the sky, completely ignoring the scarred man. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the scarred man when he saw this. He shouted in a low voice, "Lu Yuntian, don't play dumb in front of us. Quickly hand over the martial monarch's key and tell us the whereabouts of the martial monarch's treasure. Otherwise, I'll kill you." This dirty and disheveled man was Lu Ming's father, Lu Yuntian, who had disappeared for more than 8 years. At this time, Lu Yuntian's eyes flickered as if he had come back to his senses. He looked at the scar-faced man with disdain and said, "Fine, then hurry up and kill me." You think I don't dare? Damn it, when we return to the Dark Moon Empire, I will torture you. Let's see if you still want to talk or not. The scarred man roared. I've been in the 10 Directions sword sect for more than 8 years. What methods have I not experienced? I didn't even say anything, do you think you can do it? Lu Yuntian's disdain deepened. Damn it. The scar-faced man was so angry that the muscles on his face trembled, causing the scar on his face to tremble continuously. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Yuntian, but Lu Yuntian had too many secrets that they had to know. They took the risk to kidnap Lu Yuntian for those secrets. Alright, let's bring him back and slowly investigate. The most important thing now is to get rid of the 10 Directions sword sect and Qiu Changkong's pursuit. A white-haired old man waved his hand and said. The scar-faced man smiled viciously at Lu Yuntian and didn't say anything else. So what if they catch up? I want to fight with Qiu Changkong. I want to see how Qiu Changkong is ranked on the Emperor leaderboard. The only young man sneered coldly. Third Prince, don't be careless. The Emperor leaderboard is a list of the strongest young people in the 36 countries. There are only 36 people on it. Qiu Changkong is ranked 36th, his strength is absolutely terrifying. Don't underestimate him. The white-haired old man exhorted. However, the young man just smiled and didn't seem to care too much. Let's leave here quickly. The white-haired old man said. Leave? Do you think we can leave now? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the sky. A ray of light took the lead and charged towards them. Behind him, there were 6 other rays of light. The white-haired old man's expression changed and he shouted in horror, Qiu Changkong, this is bad. Run. No one can leave. A cold voice came from the ray of light in front. Whoosh. A dazzling sword light flew out and slashed towards the people from the En Moon Empire. Qiu Changkong, I'll fight with you. The third prince of the En Moon Empire shouted and waved his hand. A circular weapon that looked like a bright moon appeared. The circular will spun and slashed out a terrifying blade light towards the sword chi. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the ground was swept by the sharp light of the 2 people. 100-meter-long ravine appeared. Whoosh! The space moved and a slender figure appeared in the sky. He was 25 or 26 years old. His face was cold and handsome like a peerless sword. His swordsman robe fluttered in the wind. This was Qiu Changkong, the leader of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. He was a famous genius even in the Cloud Emperor mountain range and was listed on the Cloud Emperor board. En Jioyo, it's you. Qiu Changkong looked around and said. Ha, Qiu Changkong, you want to keep the great opportunity for yourself? I, En Jioyo, will not allow it. The third prince of the En Moon Empire, En Jioyo, laughed. How dare you touch my things? Die. As soon as Qiu Changkong said the word die, he attacked. A dazzling sword chi shot up to the sky. He merged with the sword chi and charged towards En Jioyo. Qiu Changkong, I'd like to see how you can be listed on the Cloud Emperor board. Yin Jiuyo roared and fought with Qiu Changkong. Their combat strength was terrifying and they were much stronger than Feng Wuji and the others. Their battle was earth-shattering and the clouds changed color. Boom! Boom! The two of them fought in the sky like two streams of light. In the blink of an eye, the battle had reached the depths of the desolate wilderness and disappeared. Kill! At that moment, the martial grandmasters of the Shifang sword sect arrived and charged towards the people of the Yin Moon Empire. The scene fell into a chaotic battle. Soon, the martial grandmasters of the Shifang sword sect arrived and the scene became even more chaotic. Be careful, don't kill Lu Yuntian. An elder of the Shifang sword sect shouted. The purpose of the battle was to fight for Lu Yuntian. Therefore, they avoided Lu Yuntian during the battle as they were afraid that they would kill him by accident and everything would be in vain. The battle between the two parties was extremely intense but they ignored Lu Yuntian. A few kilometers away, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were rushing with all their might. Suddenly, the two of them heard a loud explosion in front of them. Someone is fighting. Has the Shifang sword sect caught up with my father? Let's go. Chapter 266. Xian Yanqing followed closely behind. The two of them covered a distance of a few miles in the blink of an eye. 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, the two of them hid in a pile of rocks and watched from afar. Lu Ming saw the figure with messy hair at first glance. Father. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although they had not seen each other for more than 8 years and Lu Yuntian's hair and beard were messy and his clothes were tattered, Lu Ming recognized him at first glance. This man was his father, Lu Yuntian. Damn Shifang sword sect. How dare they torture my father like this? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. How can I save my father? Lu Ming began to think. Shifang sword sect and Yin Moon Empire had more than a dozen martial ancestor realm experts in total. There were even 2 4th-level martial ancestor realm experts who were fighting fiercely. It was impossible to save Lu Yuntian with so many experts. It was impossible to get close. Once they got close, they would be discovered. Even if they could get close, they would not be able to take Lu Yuntian away quietly. Once they were discovered, they would be hunted down by both parties. Facing such a powerful force, they would only die. What should I do? Lu Ming thought anxiously. After more than 8 years, he finally found his father. He was not far away, but he could not save him. At this moment, Lu Ming hated himself. He hated himself for being too weak. I can save your father. Suddenly, Xian Yanqing whispered beside him. What? You can save my father? Really? Lu Ming was shocked and asked. Of course. It's up to you to believe it or not. Forget it. Xian Yanqing rolled his eyes at him. No, I believe you. I believe you. If you can really save my father, I'll do whatever you want. Lu Ming said sincerely. Don't think too much. I'm saving your father to prevent you from rushing out on impulse and dying here. How can I fulfill my promise and trample you under my feet? Xian Yanqing snorted coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly as he rubbed his nose. How do you want to save my father? As you can see, once they find out that my father has been rescued, they will definitely stop fighting and pursue us with all their might. I know a secret technique called the Heavenly Demon Illusory Technique. It can condense an illusory figure that is exactly the same as your father. If I leave it there, I can secretly replace it and save your father. Xian Yanqing explained. There's actually such a mysterious secret technique. Lu Ming exclaimed. It's just a small trick. You're the one who's ignorant. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming with disdain. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of complacency. Wait for me here. Before Lu Ming could react, Xian Yanqing's figure floated forward like a ghost. A layer of black mist spread out from her body. In the darkness of the night, it was impossible to distinguish her. Soon, Xian Yanqing was near Lu Yuntian. At this moment, Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened, almost jumping to his throat. In the end, Xian Yanqing silently appeared behind Lu Yuntian. A layer of black mist spread out towards Lu Yuntian. The black mist moved and Lu Yuntian's figure disappeared without a trace. But in the next moment, Lu Yuntian reappeared in the same position. However, no one noticed that Lu Yuntian, who appeared later, had a dazed look in his eyes. Xian Yanqing floated towards Lu Ming at extreme speed. In 7 to 8 breaths, he reached Lu Ming's side. Leave quickly. My heavenly demon illusory technique can only last for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, it will disappear and the other party will find out. Xian Yanqing's voice sounded. The black mist dissipated, revealing Xian Yanqing and another figure. If it wasn't Lu Yuntian, who else could it be? Let's go. Lu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart. He pulled Lu Yuntian and executed the high air steps. Together with Xian Yanqing, they rushed out of the desolate forest at extreme speed. Now was not the time to catch up. They had to leave this place first. At the same time, Lu Ming used the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman to send a message to the experts of the imperial family. The two of them moved extremely quickly. In the darkness of the night, their figures were almost invisible to the naked eye. Half an hour later, the two of them were 200 miles away. They stopped at a hidden mountain stream. Lu Ming had accidentally discovered this mountain stream when he came here. It was extremely hidden. The message he sent to the experts of the imperial family was to meet here. After all, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were not martial ancestors. They could not fly. If they carried Lu Yuntian, it would not be long before the martial ancestors of the 10 Direction Sword faction caught up with them. They could only rescue Lu Yuntian with the help of the imperial family. The two of you are so young. Could it be that you are also here for the martial royal key? I advise the two of you to give up. Qiu Changkong did everything he could and did not succeed. The same goes for the two of you. At this moment, Lu Yuntian glanced at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and said indifferently. However, Xian Yanqing did not say anything. Lu Ming did not say anything either. They only stared blankly at Lu Yuntian. Slowly, tears welled up in the corners of Lu Ming's eyes. He called out softly, "Father." Lu Yuntian's body suddenly trembled. His originally lifeless eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "You. What did you call me?" "Father, I am Ming, Father." Lu Ming reached out and wiped his face, revealing his delicate and handsome face. He had returned to his original appearance. Looking at Lu Ming's face, Lu Yuntian's body trembled violently. More than 8 years ago, Lu Ming was less than 10 years old. In addition, he was frail and sickly. His appearance and demeanor were very different from now. However, that kind of outline would not change. Also, that kind of feeling between father and son would not disappear. Lu Yuntian immediately recognized Lu Ming. Ming, it's really you. It's really you. I'm not dreaming, right? Lu Yuntian stared at Lu Ming. His voice trembled as he kept muttering. His eyes were filled with joy and disbelief. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that he would meet Lu Ming here. "Father, it's me. Ming is here to save you." Lu Ming felt the tip of his nose tingle as tears welled up in his eyes. Ming, the heavens have eyes. I never thought that I would be able to meet Ming, in my lifetime. I can die without regrets. Lu Yuntian sighed as tears flowed down his face. A man did not cry easily. That was only when he was sad. Ming, you've grown so big in the blink of an eye. Let me take a good look at you. Lu Yuntian placed his hands on Lu Ming's shoulders and looked at him carefully. Ming, you're finally able to cultivate, and you've even become an incredible expert. Lu Yuntian's face was full of smiles. Father, your cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that there was not a single trace of true qi in Lu Yuntian's body. His body was weak and his vitality was lacking. He was even weaker than an ordinary person. My cultivation has long been crippled. Lu Yuntian smiled. Crippled? Who did it? Father, was it done by the Shifang sword sect? Damn it, damn it. Lu Ming's eyes were red as he exuded a murderous aura. Ming, don't be rash. It's already a blessing that we can meet. The Shifang sword sect is too strong. Let's just forget about this matter. Lu Yuntian said. However, Lu Ming's heart was twitching. He knew that Lu Yuntian was worried about his safety. He was afraid that he would act rashly and go against the Shifang sword sect. Father, who is it? Is it the entire Shifang sword sect or someone else? Who is the mastermind? Chapter 267. Lu Yuntian wanted to let it go, but he couldn't. No matter who it was, he would take revenge 10 times or 100 times over. If he didn't take revenge, was he still a man? If he wanted to hurt Lu Yuntian, he would end up 10 times or 100 times worse than Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian pondered for a moment and said, Ming, I can tell you, but you must not be impulsive. This person is not someone you can defeat. Promise me and I will tell you. Father, I promise you. I will not throw my life away before I am strong enough. Lu Ming said. All right, I will tell you. This person is, at that moment, whoosh. Whoosh. There was a sound of something breaking through the air. 4 figures rushed in from the mountain stream. The 4 of them were old men with white hair. Their auras were extremely strong and they were all experts above the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes moved and 1,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. One of the short and fat old men in gray linen clothes smiled and 1,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. Young Master Tianyun, I have heard a lot about you. I didn't expect you to be able to save your father under Chiu Changkong's nose. I am impressed. The short and fat old man cupped his fists. Senior, you are too polite. We were just lucky. This time, we will have to trouble you to send us back to the imperial capital. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. You are welcome. It is a small matter. Let's not delay any longer. We should leave as soon as possible. If the Shifang sword faction finds us here, we will be in trouble. The short and fat old man said. Lu Ming nodded. At that moment, whoosh. Whoosh. There was a sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. A few figures streaked across the sky and disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming saw clearly that those figures were the martial ancestor realm experts of the Shifang sword faction. The Shifang sword faction is so fast. The short and fat old man's face changed drastically. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. The mountain stream was very hidden and was surrounded by trees and weeds. Hence, the Shifang sword faction did not discover them earlier. However, they would definitely discover them after some time. What should we do? If we go out like this, we will definitely be discovered. If Chiu Changkong arrives, we will not be his match. Another old man said with a solemn expression. Seniors, please take Ming, and the others away. Chiu Changkong and the others want me, I'll lure them away. Said Lu Yuntian. No, father. It was not easy to save you. How could I let you fall into the hands of Chiu Changkong and the others? Lu Ming said firmly. Even if he had to die, he wouldn't let Lu Yuntian fall into the hands of the Decimo sword sect and suffer all kinds of torture. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuntian's tattered clothes fell into Lu Ming's hands. Lu Yuntian's expression changed greatly as he said, Minger, don't. The expressions of the others also changed. Seniors, I will go and distract them. You take my father back to the imperial city and hand him over to His Highness the 8th Prince. Lu Ming said to the elders. Ming, this definitely won't do. I don't agree. Lu Yuntian let out a low growl. Lu Ming smiled and said, Father, don't worry. Ming, will be fine. Let's meet again in the imperial capital. Wait a minute, I'll go with you. On the side, Xian Yanqing suddenly said. You'll go with me? Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing. Don't think too much. I'm just afraid that if you die, I won't be able to fulfill my promise. Also, how are you going to distract the people of the Decimo Sword sect alone? Don't forget that your father's cultivation has been destroyed. If you run too fast, you will be exposed. I'll take you with me. Xian Yanqing curled his lips. Okay, let's do that. I owe you a favor. Lu Ming said. TSK, who wants your favor? Xian Yanqing curled his lips in disdain. Father, take care. After saying that, Lu Ming was about to rush out. Minger, no, come back. Lu Yuntian growled. However, he had lost his cultivation. How could he catch up with Lu Ming? In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's figures were out of the mountain stream. Out of the mountain stream, Lu Ming put on Lu Yuntian's clothes. I'll take you with me. Xian Yanqing pulled Lu Ming and rushed toward the depths of the desolate wilderness. In order to distract the people of the Decimo Sword sect, they naturally had to go to the depths of the desolate wilderness so that Lu Yuntian and the others could escape smoothly. Several miles later. Over here, I see them. A loud roar sounded in the desolate wilderness. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few figures were chasing after Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. They were several martial artists of the 9th level of the martial master realm. Let's run together. Lu Ming pretended to be pulled by Xian Yanqing. In fact, he was using his movement technique. The two of them ran toward the depths of the desolate wilderness like a gust of wind. The martial artists of the 9th level of the martial master realm behind them could not catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles had passed. Who dares to rob the people of the Decimo Sword sect? You're courting death. At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky. A martial arts grandmaster flew in the air and chased after them. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing ignored him. They gritted their teeth and ran. In this way, they ran for hundreds of miles. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, there were 6 figures in the sky. They were the 6 martial arts grandmasters of the Decimo Sword sect. At this moment, they were getting closer and closer to Lu Ming and the others. No matter how fast their movement techniques were, they were still a little slower than flying in the air. Slowly, they were caught up. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. The two of them flashed and dodged. A moment later, more than 100 miles passed in the blink of an eye. Die! At this moment, an old man was already approaching Lu Ming and the others. The old man's aura was extremely dense. He was the 4th level martial arts grandmaster from the Decimo Sword sect. His face was cold. When he swung his sword, dozens of dazzling sword chi shot out. It completely enveloped the two of them. Oh no, block it! Lu Ming growled. 4 ancient shields appeared behind him. Xian Yanqing also shouted and slapped out with her palm. Numerous black lotuses appeared behind her to block the attack. Bam! Bam! The ancient shields and the black lotuses exploded one after another. Dense energy shot out in all directions. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing used this energy to rush forward more than 1,000 meters. You're not Lu Yuntian. We've been fooled. The old man let out an earth-shattering roar. It's too late now. My men have already brought Lu Yuntian out of the lonely wilderness. You bunch of idiots. Lu Ming laughed. Damn it, damn it. Lu Yuntian ran away. Then I'll kill you. The old man roared and continued to chase after Lu Ming and the others. After chasing for a while, he swung his sword again. However, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing used the same trick again. They used the shield and the black lotuses to block and borrow the energy to rush forward. The old man in the sky was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he was shocked. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing were clearly only 9th-level martial grandmasters. Not only were they unbelievably fast, but their defensive abilities were also terrifyingly high. Although there was a distance between them, they could block his sword qi. This was already terrifying enough. 4th-level martial arts grandmaster is indeed powerful. Chapter 268. In fact, he and Xian Yinqing were both injured and bleeding from the corners of their mouths. The two of them gritted their teeth and ran forward. Soon, they ran for another few hundred miles. Oh no, the Blood Demon Cave is ahead. The elder from the Decimo Sword sect shouted. Stop. You'll die if you enter the Blood Demon Cave. Stop them and ask for Lu Yuntian's whereabouts. The others from the Decimo Sword sect shouted. Not far ahead, there was a thick fog and a bloody mist. It was boundless. It was obvious that it was a place of great danger. Blood Demon Cave? Lu Ming frowned. He had never heard of it. He looked at Xian Yinqing and saw that she was also confused. Forget it. The people from the Decimo Sword sect seem to be afraid. The more dangerous the place, the easier it is to escape. Lu Ming decided to charge in. He did not stop at all and rushed toward the Blood Demon Cave. Damn it, damn it. Stop them. The elder from the Decimo Sword sect roared and slashed out sword qi with all his might. However, it only increased the speed of Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. Stay. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky. A glass-like sword light slashed from afar. It was extremely terrifying. Young Master Chang Kong. The people from the Decimo Sword sect shouted excitedly. Oh no. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's expressions changed drastically. Although the sword qi was still far away, its power surpassed that of the elder who was in the 4th realm of the martial ancestor realm. Without hesitation, Lu Ming unleashed his bloodline. At the same time, he condensed 4 ancient shields and struck out with his palm. Human Path Palm. A huge palm print blasted forward with the power of wind and fire. Xian Yinqing covered her body with black lotuses and struck out 3 black palm prints at the same time. Heavenly Demon Palm Print. Whoosh. The sword light arrived in an instant and clashed with the human Dao Palm and Heavenly Demon Palm. The instant sword. Qiu Changkong's sword aura was resplendent. The sparkling and translucent glow shone even brighter, illuminating the entire sky. Lu Ming's and Xian Yinqing's palm prints were swept away and continued to hit their defensive martial techniques. Bang! Bang! 2 violent explosions rang out. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's bodies shook violently. They let out muffled groans and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were sent flying backwards, crossing 1,000 meters in an instant. Enter the Blood Domain Devil Cave. Lu Ming growled. Together with Xian Yinqing, the two of them once again struck out with their palms. The powerful force pushed the two of them back. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared into the fog of the Blood Domain Devil Cave, leaving no trace behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! 6 figures appeared and stopped outside the Blood Domain Devil Cave. Immediately after, a sword light flashed and Qiu Changkong's figure appeared. However, his face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the Blood Domain Devil Cave in front of him. Young Master Changkong, don't be rash. An old man shouted. He was afraid that Qiu Changkong would rush in on impulse. The Blood Domain Devil Cave was a legendary land of death. Unless one was a martial king, they would only die if they rushed in. No one below the martial king realm had ever come out alive. Qiu Changkong was silent for a while. In the end, he did not rush in. Leave a few people here to guard. If those two really come out, kill them without mercy. Qiu Changkong instructed. Yes. The others bowed and replied. Humph, Lu Yuntian, no matter who saved you, no matter where you are hiding, I will find you. Qiu Changkong's voice was unusually cold, like a ruthless sword. Immediately after, Qiu Changkong stepped out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 people followed Xiao Changkong, leaving 4 people to guard the place. When Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing rushed into the Blood Domain Devil Cave, they felt dizzy. When they stabilized, they realized that they were in a desolate land. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. A blood-red mist floated in the air. When they looked around, they realized that they could not find their direction. They did not know where they came from. This time, I implicated you. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing and sighed. Don't think too much. My goal is to trample you under my feet. Xian Yanqing said coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Xian Yanqing's temper was too strange. He could not understand it at all. However, no matter what, it was all thanks to Xian Yanqing. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to save Lu Yuntian. Let's find a place to recuperate. Lu Ming said. Previously, they had blocked the attacks of the martial ancestor realm 4th realm expert and Xiao Changkong's sword. The 2 of them had suffered serious injuries. Humph. Xian Yanqing snorted coldly. He randomly chose a direction and walked forward. Lu Ming followed him. Previously, although the desolate land was desolate, there were still living creatures. However, this place was absolutely silent. The ground was reddish-brown and there was not even a blade of withered grass. It was a barren land. The 2 of them walked forward for dozens of miles. Their surroundings were the same. There was no direction and no living creatures. They did not know where the way out was. Let's recuperate first. Lu Ming said. This time, Xian Yanqing did not refute. The 2 of them sat down and circulated their qi to recuperate. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. This was because he felt that there was no spiritual energy in the world. There was only a violent and ferocious aura. At the side, Xian Yanqing was also bewildered. Then, the 2 of them took out spiritual crystals and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the spiritual crystals to recuperate. After half a day, the 2 of them had recovered a lot from their injuries and continued to walk forward. At this time, the 2 of them found that the blood-red mist around them was much thicker than before. The visibility of the surroundings was greatly reduced. With their cultivation, they could only see a few hundred meters away. Any further and it would be blurry. The 2 of them raised their guard and continued to move forward. As time passed, the blood-red mist became thicker and thicker. The visibility of the 2 of them dropped from a few hundred meters to 100 meters, then 80 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters, roar. At this time, a roar came from afar. The 2 of them became serious. There are living creatures in the mist? They had not encountered one for so long. Now that they had suddenly appeared, it was very strange. The 2 of them were highly focused. They did not continue to move forward. Instead, they stopped and paid attention to their surroundings. The mist became thicker and thicker. The blood-red mist was like dark red blood. Roar. Roar. There were more and more roars in the surroundings. They did not know how many there were. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from beside the 2 of them. A murderous aura spread out and the blood-red mist surged. A pale white claw grabbed at Xian Yanqing. The claw was like a human palm, but the fingernails were very long and as sharp as blades. The arm was covered with green hair. Xian Yanqing's expression changed. He waved his hand and a black lotus appeared. The petals flew out and hit the pale white claw. Clang! Clang! The black lotus petals hit the pale white claw. There was a sound of metal colliding and sparks flew in all directions. It was not cut off. Chapter 269. The 2 of them looked even more serious. This blood demon lair was too strange. The 2 of them focused and observed their surroundings. Roar! Behind them, a pale white arm covered in green hair grabbed at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming pulled out his spear and hit the hand. With a bang, Lu Ming saw a figure being sent flying. Roars were heard all around. Some were filled with ferocity, while others were like painful screams. Whoosh! Blood mist surged as a tall figure pounced at Lu Ming. Before it arrived, the stench of blood filled the air. Lu Ming finally saw the monster's full appearance. It was a humanoid figure, 2 heads taller than Lu Ming. Its body was covered in green hair, its eyes were blood red, and it had sharp teeth. Is this a blood zombie? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was somewhat shocked. The so-called blood zombies were a type of zombie formed after a cultivator died in battle. However, their bodies were invulnerable and they were abnormally strong. Without thinking, the spear pierced forward like a rainbow. Puff! The spear pierced through the blood zombie's body, but Lu Ming was not happy. He felt that the blood zombie's body was like an Iron Man. Although he had pierced through the blood zombie's body, it took a lot of effort. Buzz! The spear shook and the blood zombie was sent flying. However, the roars continued and more blood zombies charged at the 2 of them. Some of the blood zombies even started killing each other. Back off! Lu Ming shouted. The 2 of them rushed back, but the situation was the same. Blood zombies charged at them without fear of death. They were filled with ferocious aura as they pounced at the 2 of them. These blood zombies were very strong. The weakest one was a 7th or 8th grade martial master. The stronger ones were definitely at the peak of 9th grade martial master and were even close to a martial ancestor. The key was that there were too many of them and they were very difficult to kill. The 2 of them immediately fell into a passive situation. Great demonic palm. Xian Yanqing's body was filled with black true qi. Black lotuses danced around his body. He waved both of his palms and black palm prints flew out, knocking away one blood zombie after another. Lu Ming's spear danced like a fiery dragon. With a sweep, 5 or 6 blood zombies were sent flying. However, even more blood zombies pounced on them. The 2 of them fought and charged at the same time. However, there seemed to be no end to the blood zombies as they swarmed in from all directions. The battle continued like this, and in the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. The 2 of them had lost a lot of their true qi. At this time, they were already drenched in sweat. I can't go on like this, I'll definitely die from exhaustion. Lu Ming's mind raced. The fog is thinning. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He noticed that the blood-red mist around him was fading, and his visibility was slowly increasing. He could vaguely see that he was surrounded by blood zombies. Most of the blood zombies were actually fighting and tearing at each other. Perhaps the blood zombies will retreat if the mist is thinning. Lu Ming guessed. When they first entered, the blood mist was not thick, and there were no blood zombies. Later on, the blood zombies appeared as the blood mist thickened. Lu Ming guessed that the appearance of the blood zombies had something to do with the blood mist. As time passed, the mist slowly faded. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing seemed to have seen hope. However, the next moment, roar. An earth-shattering roar was heard. Heaven and earth shook, and the earth trembled. In the distance, an unimaginably thick blood qi pervaded the air. Lu Ming took a closer look, and his heart began to beat rapidly. That was not blood qi. It was clearly a huge monster. The huge monster was at least 100 meters tall. It was running wildly on the ground like a mountain. It looked like a huge lion. However, its body seemed to be made of blood, and it emitted a strong smell of blood. It opened its mouth and roared. Its voice shook the heavens, and an aura as deep as the sea spread out. Then, it opened its mouth and inhaled. One by one, the blood zombies were sucked into its mouth and disappeared. Blood demon. Is this the legendary blood demon? Xian Yanqing's voice trembled slightly. Not only her voice, but Lu Ming also felt that her body was trembling. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Xian Yanqing's little hand and ran with large strides. The blood demon was too powerful. Its aura was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. There was no way they could fight it. The 2 of them ran wildly. The blood zombies on the side seemed to be extremely shocked. They gave up attacking Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing and ran away. Roar! Heaven and earth shook. The blood demon's huge body was running toward Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing. No way. Lu Ming felt bitter. He ran with all his might, but his speed was still much slower than the blood demons. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon was close to the two of them. Its blood-red eyes stared at the two of them. Am I going to die here today? Lu Ming could not help but think. No, I can't die. I just saved Dad. I haven't avenged him yet. I can't die. Lu Ming roared. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination, and his whole body was highly focused. Human path palm. Lu Ming roared and struck with his palm. This palm pushed Lu Ming's state to the peak. Boom! A huge palm print was formed. The palm print was almost solid, and it was twice the size of the previous ones. At this moment of life and death, Lu Ming's human path palm broke through and reached the third level. Previously, Lu Ming had cultivated bitterly in the Diyuan Cave and Divine Wind Valley for a few months before breaking through to the second level. Now, at this moment of life and death, he broke through again. The third level of the human path palm was unprecedentedly powerful. It struck toward the blood demon like an avalanche. Roar! The blood demon roared. There was a hint of disdain in its eyes. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of blood-red light toward the human path palm. Puff! Like a punctured bubble, the human path palm that had reached the third level collapsed. The difference in strength was too big. It was not something that could be compensated with a single martial technique. Roar! The blood demon roared and pounced toward the two of them. It opened its bloody mouth and a terrifying suction force was produced. Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing could not resist at all. They were sucked into the blood demon's huge mouth and disappeared. Roar! The blood demon roared in satisfaction and continued to attack the blood zombies. Grab them. Once they entered the blood demon's mouth, Lu Ming grabbed Xian Yinxing's small hand. The two of them were pulled down by the strong suction force. Don't let go of me. At this moment, Xian Yinxing's small face was pale. Her large eyes were filled with fear. She grabbed Lu Ming's hand tightly. At this moment, she was like an ordinary little girl. She was so fragile that she needed to be protected. Hold on. Don't give up until the last moment. Lu Ming shouted. His true qi surged as he tried to break free from the suction force. However, it was useless. The suction force was too strong. After a few breaths, the two of them landed on a soft place. The surroundings were filled with a thick blood-red mist. This blood-red mist had a terrifying corrosive force. When the two of them landed, they felt a burning pain on their skin. The two of them immediately circulated their true qi to protect their bodies. However, it was not very effective. Their true qi was being consumed rapidly. The two of them had gone through a huge battle and did not have much true qi left. Before long, their true qi was completely consumed. Chapter 270. Puff! Xian Yinxing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed and her face turned pale. Hold on. Lu Ming roared. However, Xian Yinxing's body swayed and her eyes were unfocused. She shouted, Lu Ming, I'm going to trample you under my feet. After saying that, her body went limp and she fell unconscious. Lu Ming was so angry that he wanted to laugh. This woman was still thinking about this at this time. Sizzle. The corrosive mist around them burned and stung their skin. Furthermore, the mist would seep into one's skin and cause one to become drowsy. Am I really going to die here this time? Lu Ming thought to himself, but he was unwilling to accept this. However, his body was getting weaker and weaker, and his mind was getting weaker and weaker. Ah! I have to hold on. I have to get out alive. I have to reach the peak of martial arts. Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to fight back. It was not his character to give in. However, this mist was too strange and too strong. It was not going to work even if he did not give in. Just as Lu Ming was about to fall unconscious, the world suddenly changed. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in another place. Temple of Paragon. This is the Temple of Paragon. Lu Ming was surprised and confused. Wasn't the Temple of Paragon not allowed to enter when he was in danger? He had tried many times before, but it was useless. He did not expect to enter automatically now. However, Lu Ming was surprised when he looked up. He realized that he was not on the first 3 platforms, but on the highest platform. Below him was a long flight of stairs that led downwards. On the other side was a palace. It was exactly the same as the one he saw on the first 3 platforms. Xian Yanqing was lying next to him, still unconscious. Why am I at the highest point? Lu Ming was surprised and looked into the palace. The door of the palace was open, and it was dark inside. He could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged there. Suddenly, that figure moved. He actually stood up and walked out. Tap tap tap. With the sound of footsteps, Lu Ming's heart started beating rapidly. It had been more than 2 years since he had obtained the Temple of Paragon. Lu Ming was extremely curious about the palace and the figures in it. He had always wanted to take a look, but unfortunately, he couldn't reach the top at all, so he could only give up. Now, could he finally get what he wanted? Step. Light footsteps were heard, and a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man wearing a red battle robe with a sun embroidered on it. His body was extremely tall and majestic, with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he could see 2 suns floating in them. The aura emanating from his body was as deep as the vast universe. Just by standing there casually, he had an aura that could swallow everything and look down on the world. Facing him, Lu Ming felt like he was facing the entire world. But the next moment, the middle-aged man's aura disappeared, and he looked like an ordinary person. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Lu Ming was stunned for a while, then he stepped forward and cupped his fists. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. You don't have to introduce yourself. I've been watching you for a few years. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with dominance. As expected. Lu Ming thought. He then said, Senior, thank you for saving me this time. Don't be too happy. I didn't want to save you, but I didn't want to waste a drop of 9 Dragons' blood essence. The middle-aged man smiled casually. Following that, he sized up Lu Ming carefully and said, Are you very curious and want to know who I am? Where exactly is this place? That's right. Senior, please tell me. Lu Ming said. He was indeed very curious. His achievements today were mostly thanks to the Temple of Paragon. All right, I can tell you, the middle-aged man said. Then, he put his hands behind his back and walked back and forth, as if he was deep in thought. After a while, the middle-aged man said, I'm Supreme 9 Suns. What? Lu Ming's body and mind trembled. His eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. Your Supreme 9 Suns from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Lu Ming asked. Besides me, is there a second Supreme 9 Suns in the world? The middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. He was horrified. Supreme 9 Suns was too powerful. It was not an exaggeration to say that his name shook the world. Lu Ming had heard of Supreme 9 Suns before, but to him, Supreme 9 Suns was just a legend. Supreme 9 Suns came from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was the eldest disciple of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's Emperor Yi. His cultivation was earth-shattering and unparalleled. He was called Supreme 9 Suns, and his cultivation was very close to Martial Emperor realm. He was the invincible god of war of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Such a person could destroy Emperor Yun's 36 empires with a flick of his finger. Why would he appear here? Why would he hide in such a palace? Supreme 9 Suns seemed to see Lu Ming's doubts. He sighed and said, What you see now is not my real body. I'm already dead. This is just a wisp of my soul. What? You're already dead? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. With Supreme Nine Sun's cultivation and combat strength, who could kill him? Even a martial emperor might not be able to kill him. That's right. I'm already dead. The one who killed me is my master, the ruler of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor Yi. Supreme Nine Sun said coldly. Lu Ming was shocked and dumbfounded. Supreme Nine Suns was killed by his master, Martial Emperor Yi. How could this be? You must be very surprised, right? Supreme Nine Suns said with a cold smile. That's right. It's quite surprising. Lu Ming did not hide the truth. Ha ha ha. What's there to be surprised about? That old bastard De is just a treacherous person. He can do anything. Supreme Nine Suns laughed angrily. His voice was filled with hatred and overflowing killing intent. Brat, do you want to know why that old bastard De killed me? And why you awakened the Nine Dragons bloodline? Supreme Nine Suns said. Nine Dragons bloodline? Is my bloodline called the Nine Dragons bloodline? But, what are Nine Dragons? Lu Ming was very confused. Of course, he nodded repeatedly. Alright, then I'll tell you everything, Supreme Nine Suns said. Supreme Nine Suns said. Then, he began to explain the entire story to the other party in detail. Nine dragons were extremely ancient and tyrannical life forms. Legend had it that they were a type of true dragon. However, they were different from true dragons. They were mutated true dragons. True dragons had 5 claws. They were called 5-clawed true dragons. However, 9 dragons had 9 claws. They were extremely terrifying and tyrannical. Ordinary true dragons were nothing compared to them. It was said that since ancient times, only one Nine Dragon had appeared in the world. There was an ancient forbidden land in the divine desolate continent. It was said to be the Nine Dragon Ruins. It was extremely dangerous there. Supreme Nine Suns used his powerful strength and horrifying bloodline to enter the Nine Dragon Ruins and obtain some things. Chapter 271. Although Supremacy Jiao had come out of the Nine Dragons historical remnant with 2 drops of blood, he had been injured. However, he had never thought that his teacher, Emperor De, would suddenly attack him and severely injure him. Emperor De even took away his 9 sons' blood. Moreover, one of the 2 drops of 9 dragon essence blood was taken by Emperor De. However, Emperor De had underestimated the 9 Sons Sovereign. The 9 Sons Sovereign's 9 sons bloodline was a divine bloodline. It was extremely mysterious. At the critical moment, the 9 Sons Sovereign had self-destructed his body and bloodline and escaped with the divine palace. At the same time, he had also taken a drop of blood. After that, he had turned the Temple of Supremacy into a bronze pendant to hide from Emperor De. After dozens of years, it had fallen into Lu Yintian's hands. Ha ha ha, now I finally understand. De, that hypocrite, took me in as a disciple and taught me martial arts. It was all a scheme from the very start. From the very start, he planned to take away my 9 sons' bloodline. He wanted to use my 9 sons' bloodline to attack that supreme realm. Despicable, treacherous, the most treacherous person in the world is De. Supremacy Jiao shouted hysterically. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. You were robbed of your 9 sons' blood? Whispered Lu Ming. He looked at Supremacy Jiao and couldn't help feeling pity for him. Supremacy Jiao had gone through the same thing as him. The only difference was that Supremacy Jiao had been robbed of his 9 sons' blood by someone he respected, while he had been robbed of his 9 sons' blood by someone he loved. Kid, you should know by now that the reason why you were able to reawaken your bloodline after it was stolen was because I fused that drop of 9 dragons' blood essence into your body. I did that because your experiences were similar to mine. I wanted to nurture you and make you a peerless genius, a peerless cultivator. That's why I set up stairs in the Temple of Supremacy so that you could grow up step by step. Unfortunately, you disappointed me. You're talented, but you're reckless. Do you know that you almost died just now? Supreme Nine Yang hollered, answering Lu Ming's questions that had been bothering him. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization, but he smiled bitterly. The reason he had fallen into such a desperate situation was entirely because he wanted to save his father. If he could do it all over again, he would still do the same. Little boy, you can only take refuge in the Temple of Paragon this time. Don't do it again. The Temple of Paragon isn't a place for you to take refuge. If you don't face life and death situations, how can you become a peerless cultivator? The inscription formation of the Temple of Paragon won't disappear. You won't be able to enter when it's a matter of life and death. Supreme Nine Yang said with bright eyes. Lu Ming suddenly realized that every time there was a great battle, he couldn't enter the Temple of Paragon because Supreme Nine Yang didn't allow him to. Lu Ming nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Every peerless powerhouse had been tempered by constant life and death situations. Brat, now that you've fused with the blood essence of the 9 dragons and awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons, it's incomparably miraculous. You can continuously evolve, and even I don't know how far you'll reach. It can be said that your future is limitless. Supreme Nine Yang said. This is all thanks to Senior's help. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He couldn't help but look happy. The 9 dragons were even stronger than the true dragon. Now that Lu Ming knew about it, he was naturally happy. Supreme Nine Yang glanced at Lu Ming and sneered, "Little boy, don't be happy too early. Soon, you'll be in big trouble." Lu Ming was stunned and asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Back then, I obtained 2 drops of the 9 dragons' blood essence. One of them fell into Di Yi's hands. With Di Yi's cultivation, he must have refined the 9 dragons' blood essence. The 9 dragons' blood essence can sense each other. Your cultivation is still weak now, so Di Yi can't sense you. According to my estimation, once you break through to the martial ancestor realm, Di Yi will be able to sense you instantly. At that time, you'll be robbed of your bloodline again. Supreme Nine Yang said. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. There was such a thing? What kind of person was Martial Emperor Di Yi? He was a peak expert of the divine desolate continent, an overlord. If he really wanted to kill him, he could kill him tens of thousands of times with just a breath. If Martial Emperor Di Yi discovered the 9 dragons' bloodline in his body, he would definitely die. No one would be able to save him. Could it be that he had to stay in the Martial Grand Master realm for the rest of his life and not break through to the Martial Ancestor realm? No, that was impossible. As a cultivator, the goal of cultivation was to continuously break through and become stronger. If he couldn't break through, it would be worse than killing him. What should I do? Is there no other way? Lu Ming thought quickly. Suddenly, he saw a faint smile on Supreme Nine Yang's face. His eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and asked, "Senior, do you have a way?" "I do have a way, but why should I help you?" Supreme Nine Yang smiled faintly. Lu Ming was stunned. Indeed, why would Supreme Nine Yang help him? "Actually, I can help you as long as you agree to one condition," Supreme Nine Yang suddenly said. Lu Ming's achievements today are all thanks to Senior. "Senior, if you have any conditions, as long as Lu Ming can fulfill them, I will not refuse," Lu Ming said. "All right, my condition is that you have to kill Di Yi and avenge me," Supreme Nine Yang said word by word with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. "Kill Martial Emperor Di Yi?" Lu Ming was shocked. He then said with a wry smile, "Senior, are you kidding me? With my cultivation, even if Martial Emperor Di Yi stood there and let me kill him, I still wouldn't be able to do it." It was not that Lu Ming was not confident, but the gap between them was too big, unimaginable. "I'm not asking you to kill Di Yi now. I want you to promise me that you will kill Di Yi in the future after your cultivation has improved," Supreme Nine Yang said. "In the future?" Lu Ming muttered. "What? You're not confident? Then I've misjudged you. But let me tell you, you and DE will have a battle in the end. It's unavoidable since you merged with the 9 dragons' blood essence. Even if you don't look for him, he will look for you. It's only a matter of time. Supreme Nine Yang said with a cold smile. Senior, I promise you that I will kill DE one day. Lu Ming suddenly said in a firm and resolute voice. Supreme Nine Yang's eyes glittered, then he burst out laughing. All right, I believe you. Let me tell you, if you can kill DE and take the other drop of his 9 dragons' blood essence, you will gain endless benefits. You can even break through the Martial Emperor realm and enter a Supreme realm. Supreme Nine Yang was extremely excited after Lu Ming agreed. He had set up the stairs in the past few years to train Lu Ming, hoping that he could avenge him in the future. Well, Senior, you know that DE is a Martial Emperor. It's too difficult to reach that realm. Do you have any benefits for me? For example, divine level martial skills, divine level pills, or divine weapons. Just give me a few dozen of them. Chapter 272. Supreme Nine Yang was someone who was very close to becoming a martial emperor. His battle prowess was even more horrifying. To put it bluntly, a single hair from such a person would be extremely useful. It would not be Lu Ming's character not to take advantage of him. Supreme Nine Yang's eyelids twitched, and his lips trembled. Divine martial techniques? Divine medicinal pills? Dozens of them? What did Lu Ming think divine martial techniques were? Cabbage? Senior, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Why are your lips trembling? Lu Ming asked in surprise. No, nothing. Supreme Nine Yang took a deep breath to calm himself down. He continued, regarding this, I might have to disappoint you. I escaped with a strand of my soul. After I came out, I only brought this temple of supremacy and a drop of 9 dragon essence blood. As for the things I placed on the first few platforms, I obtained them by accident over the years after I escaped. Also, there is nothing on the platforms at the back. I purposely placed a box on each platform to motivate you to work hard. Supreme Nine Yang said somewhat awkwardly. Ah. The platforms at the back are empty? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He was speechless. After a while, he probed, there are no treasures, but there should be martial techniques. Senior, as Supreme Nine Yang, you should know a lot of martial techniques, right? Can you teach me a few? Cough cough. Supremacy Jiao Yang coughed a few times and said, I'm afraid that won't do. DE knows all the martial skills that I've practiced. As long as you practice the martial skills that I've practiced, DE will be able to sense it. A martial emperor is too strong. Lu Ming was completely speechless. So, he agreed to help him take revenge and kill DE, but there were no benefits at all. Sigh, but don't be disappointed. I can't give you what I've practiced, but I can still teach you what I haven't practiced. Back then, I didn't only bring back 2 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence from the 9 dragons' remnants. I also brought back a cultivation method and a martial skill. That cultivation technique is the true battle dragon art that you're cultivating. That's a divine level cultivation technique. There's also another martial skill that's compatible with the true battle dragon art. It's called the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. That's also a divine level martial skill. Supreme Nine Yang felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly said. What? Is there really a divine tier martial skill? Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes emitted a resplendent light, like 2 bright suns. Earlier, when he had mentioned deity-level martial skills and deity-level medicinal pellets, he had simply demanded an exorbitant price. He had never imagined that Supreme Nine Sons would actually possess deity-level martial skills. It was a divine-level martial skill, and from its name, it seemed to be related to the 9 dragons. Supreme Nine Sons waved his hand, and a secret manual flew out from the hall. The secret manual was made of neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This is the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. According to my speculation, it should be a martial skill created by the 9 dragons. Its power is extremely terrifying. Even I haven't practiced it before. You're lucky. Supreme Nine Suns handed the secret manual to Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly took it from him and opened it to read happily. As soon as he opened it, it was as if he saw a real dragon with 9 claws walking in the sky. A terrifying aura was applied to Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming felt intense pain all over his body, as if he was about to be torn apart. At that moment, Supreme Nine Suns waved his hand and closed the secret manual of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. The terrifying aura then disappeared. Kid, if your cultivation isn't strong enough, don't open it. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Supreme Nine Suns said coldly. Lu Ming broke out in cold sweat. This is just a secret manual. Isn't it too terrifying? Kid, this manual contains a hint of the aura of the 9 dragons. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, with your current cultivation and the strength of your flesh, it's impossible for you to practice the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. You'll have to wait until your cultivation has reached the first layer martial ancestor realm and your flesh has reached the 4th grade before you can practice it. Supreme Nine Suns warned. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming carefully put away the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps secret manual. However, he sighed in his heart. This requirement was too high. Lu Ming believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the martial ancestor realm. However, it wouldn't be that easy to reach the 4th grade physical body. Although Lu Ming had reached the complete 3rd grade physical body, it was still very difficult for him to break through to the 4th grade physical body. First, he had to have a technique that could allow him to cultivate to the 4th grade physical body. At the same time, he also needed an opportunity. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to break through in a few years. I have to meet these conditions as soon as possible. He had a divine grade martial skill in his hand but couldn't cultivate it. This feeling wasn't good at all. All right. Next, I'll help you conceal the aura of the 9 dragons' blood essence. Sit down, relax your mind, and control the bloodline to appear. Supreme Nine Suns instructed. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he sat down cross-legged. His body glowed. The spirit-devouring bloodline, no, it should be called the 9 dragons' bloodline, appeared and quietly floated above Lu Ming's head. Shouted Supremacy 9 Suns. His body emitted a boundless radiance. Then, a sun appeared above his head. However, after a few seconds, another sun floated up. In the next minute, a total of 9 suns floated above Supreme Nine Suns. The 9 suns floated around Supreme Nine Suns like the god of the sun, suppress, seal. Supreme Nine Suns shouted. The 9 suns emitted endless light. Then, the endless light surged toward the 9 dragons' bloodline. It covered the 9 dragons' bloodline and formed a seal, sealing the aura of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Half an hour later, the 9 suns around Supreme Nine Suns suddenly disappeared. Supreme Nine Suns trembled and almost fell to the ground. Senior, are you all right? Lu Ming quickly got up and supported Supreme Nine Suns. Supreme Nine Suns' face was pale. His body became much fainter, as if he could disappear at any time. Sealing the 9 dragons' bloodline requires a huge amount of energy. After I seal it for you, you will soon fall into a deep sleep. I don't know when you will wake up. Supreme Nine Suns let out a long sigh. Senior, Lu Ming is unable to repay Senior's kindness. Lu Ming bowed to Supreme Nine Suns sincerely. You only need to avenge me. Also, there is one more thing that I need to tell you. With my strength, I can help you seal the aura of the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, I can only seal it for 10 years. After 10 years, my sealing power will disappear. At that time, Martial Emperor De will be able to sense you. Therefore, you only have 10 years. In these 10 years, you must continue to break through and grow. At the very least, you must have the ability to escape from De. Otherwise, everything will be over. Supreme Nine Suns said solemnly. 10 years, only 10 years? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Are you not confident? Supreme Nine Sun said. Of course, 10 years is enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of battle intent. All right. Now, I will subdue the blood demon. After all, you are still inside its body. Martial Emperor Nine Sun said in a low voice. His body emitted a ripple and disappeared. Then, his hand glowed and a blood-red badge appeared. He gave the badge to Lu Ming and said, "This is the demon suppression badge. Use it to control the blood demon." All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. After saying that, Supreme Nine Yang staggered into the hall. Senior, if Lu Ming succeeds in his cultivation in the future, I will definitely find a way to save you. Lu Ming said. Save me? Even martial emperors can't do that. Chapter 273. Looking at the desolate back view of Supreme Nine Yang, Lu Ming sighed. A supreme being of a generation, a powerful figure who dominated the world, had ended up in this state. It made one sigh. 10 years, 10 years. Lu Ming whispered. It was almost impossible for him to grow to the point where he could compete with Martial Emperor De in 10 years. The difference was too big. His cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. Above the Martial Grandmaster realm were the Martial Ancestor realm, Martial King realm, Spiritual God realm, and Martial Emperor realm. There was a difference of 6 major realms. The difference was too big. No matter how difficult it is, I have to try my best. If I don't try, how will I know it won't work? Lu Ming had a determined look in his eyes. Then, he looked at Xian Yanqing, who was still unconscious. I can't let anyone know about Supreme Nine Yang. Who knows if Martial Emperor De will find out. I'd better leave this place first. Lu Ming thought. Then, he walked over and grabbed Xian Yanqing. With a thought, they disappeared from the Temple of Paragon. Roar. The blood demon's roar was earth-shattering. Once out of the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming realized that they were not in the blood demon's stomach, but on its back. The blood demon felt 2 people on its back and was furious. It roared continuously. Blood chi surged and swept toward Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Demon Suppression Token. Lu Ming waved his hand and the Demon Suppression Token appeared. It floated in the air and an invisible wave spread out, surging toward the blood demon. Roar. The blood demon roared as if it was terrified. It let out a low cry and knelt down in the end. It was obedient. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was amazed by Supreme Nine Yang's means. Supreme Nine Suns was only a remnant soul. Furthermore, in order to help him seal the 9-dragon bloodline, he was already at the end of his rope. Under such circumstances, he could casually condense a demon-suppressing token and make the blood demon submit to him. The strength of his methods was already inconceivable. Let's continue. Lu Ming patted the blood demon. Roar. Blood demon growled and continued to run forward. The blood demon was obviously the overlord of this area. With him leading the way, this area was unimpeded. Am I dead? Suddenly, Xian Yanqing shouted and jumped up from the blood demon's back. He looked around with his big black eyes. The next moment, he saw Lu Ming and couldn't help but cry out, Lu Ming, you're dead too. We went to the netherworld together. It's all your fault. Unfortunately, I still have unfulfilled wishes. Xian Yanqing closed his eyes and sighed. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a while before he said, Who said I'm dead? I'm still alive and kicking. You're not dead? Then why are you with me? I know, did you capture my soul? What are you trying to do? You didn't even let my soul go. You're a despicable, shameless, perverted pervert. As soon as Xian Yanqing heard that Lu Ming was not dead, he began to scold him. His body kept shrinking backward. Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Xian Yanqing in a daze. Xian Yinqing also opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Ming vigilantly. After staring for a while, he realized that something was wrong. He looked around and shouted, "I'm not dead either." "Oh no, why are we on the blood demon's back? Hurry up and find a way to escape from here." "Escape? If you want to escape, then escape." Lu Ming sat there calmly, his face calm and relaxed. "You're not escaping?" Xian Yinqing looked around and felt that something was wrong. "Of course not. With this blood demon leading the way, why do we need to escape?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "Blood demon leading the way? Wait, what's going on? Why isn't the blood demon attacking us?" Xian Yinqing realized that the blood demon had been traveling obediently. It was completely different from the previous time when it attacked them ferociously. "Don't worry, I've already subdued it," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Subdued by you? How is that possible? How can you subdue this blood demon?" Xian Yinqing asked a series of questions. She wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. This blood demon was extremely ferocious and powerful. She estimated that even if it wasn't at the level of a martial king, it wasn't far from it. How could Lu Ming subdue it? How was that possible? However, in the next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Lu Ming said lightly, "Little blood, stop." Then, the blood demon stopped and let out a low roar as if to please Lu Ming. "Little blood, lie down." With another light sentence, the blood demon obediently lay down on the ground. Xian Yinqing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her small mouth was opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. The blood demon had actually been subdued by Lu Ming. Moreover, it was the submissive type. Most importantly, what did Lu Ming call the blood demon? Little blood? Xian Yinqing felt that her mind was in a mess. "Ha ha ha, how is it? Don't you admire me? Do you have the urge to marry me?" Seeing Xian Yinqing's expression, Lu Ming felt extremely comfortable. He laughed loudly and had a smug expression on his face. His smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. "Promise you my ass." "Humph, who knows what despicable method you used to subdue this blood demon?" "Humph, despicable, shameless, obscene guy. Sooner or later, I will trample you under my feet." Xian Yinqing snorted coldly and glared at Lu Ming. Then, she turned around and did not look at Lu Ming. However, she was still shocked and curious about Lu Ming. She did not know how Lu Ming had subdued the blood demon. Lu Ming smiled. He knew Xian Yinqing's temper and did not bother to argue with her. Then, the blood demon continued on its way. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing sat cross-legged on the blood demon's back and circulated their qi to heal their injuries. About half a day later, the scenery in front of them changed. In front of them, a huge semicircular light curtain enveloped them. Lu Ming and the others were inside this semicircular light curtain. This was a huge inscription array. At this time, Lu Ming knew that the blood demon cave was inside a huge inscription array. No wonder they could not tell the direction as soon as they entered the array. The only difference was that there was a stone door here. This stone door was huge and tightly closed. It was embedded in the light curtain. This stone door might be the exit. Lu Ming guessed. He ordered the blood demon to rush forward. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, two shocking roars came from the huge stone door. The stone door shone and two huge exotic beasts appeared in front of the stone door. These two exotic beasts were huge and emitted a blood-red glow. As soon as they appeared, they stared at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's face changed and he shouted, "Little blood, destroy them." Roar! The blood demon roared furiously and rushed toward the two exotic beasts. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing jumped off the blood demon. Suddenly, the three exotic beasts fought with each other. Blood qi surged and the fight was extremely fierce. The two exotic beasts were also very powerful. Unfortunately, they were still inferior to the blood demon. Chapter 274. After the two beasts were killed, there was no more movement from the stone door. "Little blood, break open the stone door," Lu Ming shouted. The blood demon roared and ran toward the stone door. Boom! It hit the stone door heavily, and the stone door shook violently. The whole world seemed to be shaking. However, the stone door did not open. "Continue," Lu Ming shouted. The blood demon continued to attack, and the stone door shook continuously. Finally, it opened a gap. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to hear a deafening roar coming from outside the stone door. "What's going on?" Lu Ming frowned. However, he did not have time to think. He ran forward and shouted, "Let's go out." Xianyinxing followed closely behind. Roar! At this moment, the sanguine demon roared and stopped in its tracks. A thought was transmitted to Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming roughly understood what the sanguine demon meant. It was born here and could not get out. Once it got out, it would turn into ashes. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. If such a powerful blood demon followed them out, he would be able to defeat the Blazing Sun Empire and even the Shifang Sword faction. What a pity! Lu Ming roared in his mind, but there was nothing he could do. He could only leave the blood demon and run toward the stone door with Xianyinxing. The stone door was too big. Although it was only a gap, it was enough for the two of them to pass through. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them were like the wind. When they passed through the stone door, they felt the world spinning. The next moment, they found themselves standing on a hill. Behind them, there was a blood-red mist. It was the Blood Demon Cave. In front of them, there were green mountains and clear waters. However, at this moment, the mountain in front of them shook. A blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky. It could be seen from 100 miles away. Rumble. On the side, another mountain shook. Then, another blood-red beam of light shot out, stirring up the wind and clouds. Lu Ming and Xianyinxing were dumbfounded. Where was this? Why did it look so unfamiliar? Furthermore, could it be that this blood-red pillar of light was caused by them opening the giant stone door? Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, a few figures appeared in the sky. They were a few middle-aged burly men. Their auras were as thick as mountains. It was obvious that they were all martial arts grandmasters. Something is happening outside the Blood Domain Devil Cave. Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared? Hurry and inform the sect. The few burly men whispered. Then, they stepped into the air and disappeared. However, not long after, more people arrived. Some of them were flying through the air. They were all strong cultivators of the martial ancestor realm. There were also some great martial teachers. Through these people's conversations, Lu Ming learned a fact that left him dumbfounded. This place was not within the Burning Sun Empire, but on the other side of the desolate wasteland, the border between the Blood Zhao Empire and the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming and the others had actually run in the wrong direction. Lu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He and Xianyinxing stared at each other. Rumble. The tremors became more and more intense. In the end, a total of 9 blood-colored light pillars appeared and shot into the sky. At this time, more than 100 people had gathered. This place is most likely the remains of the ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace. A white-haired elder in the sky speculated. What? It's the ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace? Some people were shocked and puzzled. That's a senior from the Great Sun Constabulary. His speculation shouldn't be wrong. That's right. The Great Sun Constabulary is the #1 sect in the Blood Zhao Empire. It has existed for a long time and is knowledgeable. I can't wait. This is a great opportunity. Nearby, some people were discussing excitedly. The ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was called the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range because of Cloud Emperor Palace. This showed how powerful Cloud Emperor Palace was. If this place was the remains of Cloud Emperor Palace, Lu Ming would definitely explore it. He didn't want to miss it. Everyone waited quietly. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged on the side, healing their injuries and waiting. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Obviously, the news had spread. 7 days later, there was a sea of people in all directions. Even the sky was filled with people. There were people from the Blood Zhao Empire and the Yinhua Empire. Of course, most of them were from the Blood Zhao Empire. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The Blood Zhao Empire was indeed powerful. Those standing in the sky were all grandmasters. There were at least 1,000 of them. The Blood Zhao Empire was indeed a medium-sized empire. It was terrifying. There are hundreds of experts from the Great Sun Constabulary and their core elders. It seems like we won't get a share of Cloud Emperor Palace's remains. Yeah, there are many experts from the other sects in the Blood Zhao Empire. The Yinhua Empire's imperial family is also here. There are many young experts, such as the 50 superstars of the Blood Zhao Empire and the 9 heroes of the Yinhua Empire. Discussions could be heard from time to time. Caw. At this moment, a sharp cry resounded in the sky. It was extremely ear-piercing. Then, a giant crow appeared in the sky. The crow was extremely large. Its wingspan was 30 meters. Its body was covered in blazing flames and its demonic aura was extremely terrifying. It was a Class 4 demonic beast. A Class 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial ancestor martial artist. A young man in his 20s stood on the back of the crow. He was wearing a fiery red robe with a large sun embroidered on it. He had his hands behind his back and looked at the blood-red light pillars. He had an aura of disdain. Yang Liuji, this is Yang Liuji. The 33rd on the Emperor Yun leaderboard? Other than him, who else could it be? Even the geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard are here. There was a commotion in the crowd. Obviously, Yang Liuji's name had shaken everyone. 33rd on the Emperor Yun leaderboard? Is this person stronger than Qiu Changkong? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 36 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard could be said to be the strongest of their generation in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. At this time, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had already recovered from their injuries. Boom! Suddenly, the 9 blood-red light pillars let out a violent roar and shone brightly. They then gathered together. After a while, the blood-red light disappeared and a giant black vortex appeared in the sky. The space teleportation path will lead to the remains of Emperor Yun Palace. Charge! Suddenly, dozens of people charged into the vortex. Ah! Ah! In the next moment, screams were heard. Among the dozens of people, more than half of their bodies suddenly exploded. Their flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. However, the other half of the people rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. What's going on? How can this be? Why did some people die and others charge into the vortex? What are the restrictions? Everyone stopped and did not dare to charge into the vortex. A white-haired elder appeared in front of the vortex and observed it carefully. Everyone recognized that he was a core elder of the Great Sun Constabulary. Chapter 275. What? Time inscriptions? Everyone was shocked. Time inscriptions were supreme inscriptions and it was extremely difficult to master them. According to my speculation, the age of those who enter this place is limited. Those who exceed a certain age will be killed by the inscription formation in the vortex. The white-haired old man said again. Then how old can we be and how old can we be? Someone asked. The world uses the age of 30 as a key classification. Those under 30 are the younger generation, which is the golden age for cultivation. So I speculate that those under 30 can enter this place, but those above 30 can't. The white-haired old man said. 30 years old? I've already surpassed that. I'm just 31 years old. How unlucky. Many people who were over the age of 30 had dejected expressions on their faces. They were cursing their bad luck. As for those under the age of 30, they were overjoyed. The stronger their cultivation, the happier they were. Since the older generation couldn't enter, those with powerful cultivation would naturally have an advantage. How could they not be happy? Let's go. Immediately, some young people under 30 rushed up. They disappeared into the vortex one by one. Ha ha ha, you ants want to compete with me. Young Liuji laughed wildly. Of all the geniuses on the Imperial Cloud ranking list, he was the only one here. Who could compete with him? He stepped out, walked into the vortex, and disappeared. The other young people also rushed in like a swarm of bees. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least a few thousand of them. During this period, there were also those over 30 who didn't believe it and wanted to take a chance. In the end, they were all killed by the inscription formation. After that, those over 30 didn't dare to try again. Let's go in too. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing nodded and rushed into the vortex with Lu Ming. After rushing into the vortex, the world was spinning. The next moment, Lu Ming found that he was standing at the foot of a mountain. In front of him was a boundless mountain. Xian Yanqing was right beside him. Not only that, it seemed that everyone had gathered at the foot of the mountain. At first glance, there were people everywhere. Boom! Suddenly, not far away from Lu Ming, a great battle broke out. The people who entered this place came from various factions. Some of them had grudges with each other, so it was normal for a fight to break out when they met. After a while, a miserable cry rang out as a young man was killed. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Inscriptions suddenly appeared in the sky, wrapping around the young man who had been killed. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The blood in the young man's body, including his essence blood, was all extracted. Under the effect of the inscriptions, the blood turned into a blood-colored crystal and fell to the ground. Could this be the blood-refining crystal? It's the blood-refining crystal. It's true. I have it with me. What? A dead person can actually be refined into a blood-refining crystal. Unbelievable. A shocking uproar broke out among the crowd. Lu Ming was also shocked. The effect of the blood-refining crystal was very similar to that of the blood-refining pill. They were both used by martial artists to awaken their second bloodline. The effect of a blood-refining crystal was similar to a blood-refining pill. We'll know once we try. Suddenly, a cold shout sounded. Amidst the crowd, a sun emerged and exploded with a loud bang. There were endless screams and more than a dozen people were killed. The next moment, a large number of inscriptions appeared in the sky, wrapping around the corpses. Then, all the blood in the corpses was extracted and refined into blood-refining crystals. It was true. Many people gasped, and many of them had bloodthirsty eyes. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, someone roared and charged toward the people around him. Oh no, run! Someone shouted and rushed toward the vast mountains in front of them. The scene was in chaos and the smell of blood filled the air. Dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. The blood of those who were killed turned into blood-refining crystals. Kill! There were also people who charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept out with his long spear and hit the other party. The other party was repelled. Xian Yanqing, let's go. Let's rush into those mountains. Lu Ming shouted. There were too many geniuses who had entered this time. Most of them were young experts of the Blood Zhao Empire. There were many young experts of the martial ancestor realm. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could only be ranked in the middle. He had to retreat for the time being. The two of them rushed toward the vast mountains. Soon, they rushed into the mountains and continued to run toward the depths of the mountains. Behind them, there were people rushing into the mountains. Thousands of people spread out in the vast mountains. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing ran for more than 200 miles before they stopped. In the next period of time, this place will turn into a killing hell. Lu Ming whispered. He could imagine how crazy it was to kill others and turn them into blood-refining crystals. The young people who had entered would definitely kill each other. Although the young experts of the martial ancestor realm did not need the blood-refining crystals, they could sell them at a shocking price. Lu Ming, we have to break through to the martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be in a passive position. Enchanting said. In this unfamiliar environment where they were facing strong enemies everywhere, the two of them had unknowingly become closer to each other. That's right, but it's not easy to break through. Let's look around and see if there are any treasures. Lu Ming said. The two of them chose a direction at random and ran forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp piercing sound could be heard as a few sword chis were fired toward the two of them. Someone was trying to ambush them. The two of them were startled and dodged the attacks with a flicker. Then, 8 figures appeared in a flash and surrounded the two of them. Consider yourself unlucky. Now, turn into our blood-refining crystals. A young man who was the leader of the 8 said coldly. He was the strongest among the 8 of them. His aura was extremely strong, indicating that he was a first-layer martial ancestor realm expert. The other 7 of them were also 9th-layer martial masters. 6th senior brother, this girl is so beautiful. It's a pity to kill her like this. Why don't you let me have some fun with her first before killing her? One of them, a short and fat youth, was looking at Enchanting with a lewd expression. His eyes were filled with a perverted light. His crotch was actually bulging. Fatty Lu, put away your lewd thoughts. Where are we? Let's end this quickly. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. 6th senior brother scolded. The short and fat young man laughed. However, when he looked at Enchanting, the lust in his eyes became stronger. He did not notice the murderous intent in Enchanting's eyes. This guy is so pitiful. Lu Ming shook his head. In his heart, he was already mourning for this fatty. He even dared to flirt with Enchanting. He was courting death. You're dead. As expected, a cold voice came from Enchanting's mouth. What? I'm dead? You want to kill me? Huh, what a joke. Didn't you see that my 6th senior brother is a martial ancestor realm expert? You're just a martial grandmaster. How dare you try to kill me in front of a martial ancestor realm expert? What a joke. My baby. Chapter 276. The short and fat youth screamed at the top of his lungs. His screams were so tragic that the fat on his body kept shaking. A bloodstain could be seen at his crotch area. As for his thing, it had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming could not help but tighten his crotch. He had seen clearly that Enchanting had flicked her fingers and a black lotus petal flew out and cut off the short and fat youth's penis. When the other youths saw this, they also felt a chill in their crotches. 6th senior brother, avenge me. The short and fat youth continued to scream. Bitch, you are courting death. Attack, kill them. The 6th senior brother shouted and charged at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming first and then torture Enchanting. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense and directly used his most powerful move. A huge palm print suddenly formed above 6th senior brother's head and slammed down. Its power was so strong that it was shocking to the extreme. The 6th senior brother was shocked. He had not expected Lu Ming's attack to be so terrifying. He immediately used all his strength to block the attack. Bang! With a loud bang, the 6th senior brother was directly smashed into the ground and a big pit was formed. When the smoke and dust disappeared, the 6th senior brother was lying in the big pit like a pile of mud and was dying. The other 6 youths were stunned. Then, they trembled and broke out in cold sweat. One move, he killed the 6th senior brother, who was a martial grandmaster, with one move. Was he still a great martial mentor? The short and fat youth forgot to scream and widened his eyes in horror. Run! One of the youths shouted and the other 6 youths turned and ran. Wait for me. The short and fat youth screamed. However, he could not run fast because of the sharp pain in his crotch. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. Want to run? Do you think you can run? Xian Yanqing's voice was as cold as the winter snow. She waved her hands and black lotus petals flew out. The short and fat youth was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He was killed before he could even scream. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flower petals pierced through the air, sharper than the sharpest blade. In just a few breaths of time, the 6 youths were all killed. At this moment, the 6th senior brother was no longer breathing. Inscriptions immediately appeared in the sky, extracting the blood from the corpses and condensing them into blood-refining crystals. However, not everyone could condense a blood-refining crystal. Lu Ming discovered that only a rank 5 bloodline martial practitioner could condense a blood-refining crystal. Those with bloodlines below rank 5 would have their blood energy dissipated before they could condense a single blood-refining crystal. One of the young men had a rank 6 bloodline, and he was able to condense 2 blood-refining crystals. As for the 6th senior brother, as a martial ancestor, he had awakened his 2nd bloodline. His 2nd bloodline was a common rank 9 bloodline. In an instant, he had formed 16 blood-refining crystals. Every time one's bloodline increased by a level, the number of blood-refining crystals condensed would double. It had nothing to do with cultivation. The 8 of them condensed a total of 22 blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing shared the crystals equally. Each of them received 11 crystals. Then, the 2 of them left the place. Along the way, the 2 of them were ambushed a few more times. However, the strongest enemy was only a rank 1 martial ancestor. They were all killed by the 2 of them, and each of them received more than 10 blood-refining crystals. Although Lu Ming had 4,000 blood-refining elixirs, the more the better. The stronger his 2nd bloodline was, the more likely he could awaken a higher-level bloodline. According to Supreme Nine's sons, his 1st bloodline was awakened by the 9 dragon blood essence. However, his 2nd bloodline had nothing to do with the 9 dragon blood essence. It was his own bloodline that was awakened. Lu Ming's bloodline was not of a high level. Lu Yao had taken away his bloodline and awakened a rank 5 bloodline. From this, it could be seen that Lu Ming's 1st bloodline was not higher than rank 5. Therefore, his 2nd bloodline was probably not of a high level. Therefore, he would need a large number of blood-refining elixirs and blood-refining crystals. The 2nd bloodline was very special. Some people might not even use a blood-refining pill or other treasures to replenish their bloodline potential, but they could still awaken an extremely high-level bloodline. However, this was not absolute. Consuming treasures such as blood-refining pills or blood-refining crystals would increase the chances of awakening a high-level bloodline. Half an hour later, the 2 of them appeared in front of a huge 7-story building. This building was shaped like a tower. In front of the tower, hundreds of young men stood facing each other. They were all staring at the tower. The gate of the tower was tightly shut. I've tried it just now. This gate is extremely heavy and cannot be opened by one person or a few people. I suggest that we work together to open the gate. As for the treasures inside, we'll let our strength speak for itself. A young man in a brocade robe shouted. Who knows if you will sneak up on us when we open the gate? I'm worried. A young man who looked like a skinny monkey shouted. If you're worried, you can get lost now. The young man in the brocade robe was very domineering. The skinny young man's face turned ugly, but he did not dare to refute. You want the treasures but don't have the guts. You're destined to be a good-for-nothing. The young man in the brocade robe mocked. He then looked at the others and said, How about it? Do you want to work together to open the gate of the tower? All right, I agree to work together. I agree too. Almost everyone agreed to it. If they wanted to get the treasures inside, they had to open the gate first. Attack together. The young man in the brocade robe shouted and threw out a powerful punch. Attack. The others attacked together. Suddenly, all kinds of sword chi, saber chi, fist chi, palm chi, etc., were thrown at the gate of the tower. Boom, boom, boom. The tower rumbled and flashed. Finally, with a loud bang, the gate was blasted open. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, dozens of people rushed toward the gate, afraid that the treasures would be taken away by others if they were too slow. Ah! Ah! However, in the next moment, shrill screams could be heard. At least 20 of the people who rushed into the gate screamed as their heads suddenly exploded. The other people were all martial ancestor realm elites. They attacked the surroundings as if they were fighting against something. Inscriptions appeared in the sky and the young men who were killed were all condensed into blood refinement crystals. What's there? Outside the gate, someone shouted in fear. I don't know. I can't see clearly. It's too strange. I'd better not go in. Someone wanted to retreat. At that moment, the martial ancestor realm elites had already rushed in and disappeared. It's a type of blood-red bug. Lu Ming stared at the gate with bright eyes. With his eyesight, he could see the attack. It was a type of blood-red bug that was as thin as a hair and as long as a cicada. Most importantly, it was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Only martial ancestor realm elites could see it. As long as the blood-red cicada rushed into the head would explode. Let's go in. The other martial ancestor realm elites rushed in. Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing moved and followed the crowd. Pust. As soon as he rushed in, a blood-red cicada shot toward him. He swept out his spear and sent the cicada flying. Then, he rushed in. Chapter 277. After Lu Ming rushed in, he picked up a few blood-refining crystals along the way. Nest, why are those two martial grandmasters so powerful? Outside, the warriors in the great martial mentor realm were dumbfounded. After Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing rushed in, they saw a wide staircase that led to the second floor. Without hesitation, the two of them rushed up and found that there were shelves on the second floor. The shelves were empty, but there were a few dried corpses on the side of the shelves. It was obvious that they had been killed and their blood had been extracted to condense into blood-refining crystals. Obviously, the things here had been looted by the people who rushed in first. Quick, go up. Get lost. Go to hell. You're the one who's going to die. The scene was in chaos. Everyone wanted to rush up. Naturally, there was chaos. 7 or 8 people were fighting. Whoosh! A young man with a battle axe chopped at Lu Ming. His cultivation of first martial ancestor realm was revealed. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He threw out a huge palm print at the young man. Bang! The young man's bones were broken and he was thrown back. However, he did not die because he had also cultivated an earth-class martial skill, which blocked part of the power of the human Dao palm. Even so, the other young powerful figures were alarmed and they looked at Lu Ming with fear. Where did such a powerful martial grand master come from? I've seen the strongest martial grand masters in the Blood Zhao Empire, but I've never seen such a person. Someone said with a serious face. The others looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing with fear. Lu Ming ignored them and rushed to the 3rd floor with Xian Yinxing. There were also a few shelves on the 3rd floor. The items on the shelves had also been looted. Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing did not stop and kept rushing up. The 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor, until they reached the 6th floor, the two of them were always one step behind the others. Everything was looted. When they reached the 6th floor, they heard fierce fighting sounds coming from the 7th floor. The two of them rushed up without hesitation. Boom! Boom! On the 7th floor, 6 young men were engaged in an intense battle. One of them was the young man in the brocade robe. His cultivation was at the 2nd layer martial ancestor realm, and he was definitely a genius. The other 5 had a cultivation of the 1st layer martial ancestor realm. The battle was incomparably intense. The 6 of them were tangled up in a chaotic battle, but it was obvious that the young man in the brocade robe had the upper hand. On the 7th floor, there were only 2 shelves with some jade bottles on them. On the shelf was written, "An Ancient Panacea, Level 4 Middle Grade Medicinal Pill." Lu Ming was greatly shocked, and then his eyes emitted a shocking light. The An Ancient Panacea was a middle LV4 elixir that could increase one's cultivation level quickly. It was extremely useful for a martial arts grandmaster. In the outside world, the price of An Ancient Spirit pills was shockingly high. Moreover, there was often a price but no market. I have to get my hands on some of them. That way, my cultivation will be able to reach the peak of the 9th layer martial master realm in a short period of time. I will then consume the blood refining pills and blood refining crystals to refine my bloodline and break through to the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming pondered quickly in his heart. In this place, Lu Ming did not have time to consume the blood essence of others. The blood essence of the martial artists who had died in the battle had all been refined into blood refining crystals. Without consuming the blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation would not be able to increase in a short period of time. The An Ancient Panacea had appeared at the right time. You want to compete with me? You are courting death. The young man in the brocade roared. His eyes were like lightning, and his body emitted a strong purple light. He threw out a palm, and a purple palm print appeared. It was extremely powerful, and the other young men quickly retreated. Song, there are so many people here. Do you want to take the An Ancient Panacea for yourself? How is that possible? Another young man shouted. Is that so? Then I will kill you first. Purple Golden Dragon Palm. Song roared, and the purple light on his body became extremely dense. When it reached a certain level, the purple light turned golden. He threw out a palm, and a golden dragon roared out. Bam! The young man was hit by the golden dragon and was sent flying. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his aura was extremely weak. His eyes were filled with shock. Is it possible now? Song looked coldly at the young man, and then looked at the others. The other 4 young men's faces changed. Hurry up and get lost. If you don't, you will end up like him. Song's aura was domineering, and he looked coldly at the others. Song, there are 4 of us. Even if we join forces, we might not be afraid of you. A tall young man said unwillingly. As for Lu Ming and Enchanting, they were ignored by him. Boom! As soon as the tall young man finished his words, Song threw out a palm, and a golden dragon rushed out. With a scream, the young man was torn into 2 by the golden dragon. His blood essence was condensed into 16 blood refining crystals, which were kept by Song. You still want to join forces? This is the consequence. Song sneered. The remaining 3 young men were horrified. Song was too strong, and they were no match for him when he used his ultimate move. They looked at each other, and finally retreated from the 6th floor unwillingly. Why aren't the 2 of you scramming? At this moment, Song looked at Lu Ming and Enchanting. Scramming? Why don't you get lost? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Instantly, Song's face darkened, and he said, Kid, do you know the consequences of your words? Now, you can't leave even if you want to. 2 mere martial grandmasters want to get their hands on the An Ancient Panacea. You really don't know your limits. Song looked down at Lu Ming in a condescending manner as he walked toward Lu Ming. Kid, do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it? If I do it, you won't die so easily. Also, girl, if you swear to be my concubine and serve me well for the rest of your life, I promise to let you go. Song's gaze towards Enchanting flashed with a trace of blazing light. Enchanting's beauty was indeed rare in the world. Any man who saw her would be tempted. Trash like you, do you think you are worthy? Enchanting sneered. Since you want to do it the hard way, I'll send you on your way. Song's body emitted a cold murderous intent, and he slapped towards Lu Ming. A purple palm print surged forward. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he slapped out as well. The human Dao palm was formed. Boom! The two palm prints collided and there was a loud bang. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly while Zisong retreated 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. At this moment, his face was filled with disbelief. A mere martial grand master of the 9th level could actually force him back with a single palm. How was that possible? Then, an incomparably cold murderous intent burst out, and he roared, damn it, go to hell. The purple light on Zisong's body became extremely dense, and then it turned golden. He slapped out, and a golden dragon pounced out. The golden dragon merged with a powerful force. Chapter 278. Human Path Palm. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm again. Lu Ming used all his strength and integrated the force of wind and fire into his palm. Boom! The human path palm collided with the golden dragon. There was a loud explosion and the human path palm shattered inch by inch. A terrifying force surged towards Lu Ming and Lu Ming could not help but retreat. Zisong's combat strength was indeed extremely powerful. Lu Ming realized that as his cultivation increased, the opponents he faced became stronger. When facing these young martial arts grandmasters, his advantage in many aspects was not so obvious. These young martial arts grandmasters had all cultivated Earth-class martial skills and had comprehended the force. Moreover, they were not weak at all. Although Lu Ming had a slight advantage in terms of martial skills and force, it was not by much. Furthermore, how could the martial arts grandmasters cultivate yellow-class martial skills? Normally, they would cultivate black-class upper-class martial skills. It was not surprising that some of them cultivated Earth-class martial skills. The higher the level of the martial skill, the thicker and more condensed the genuine qi that was cultivated. Lu Ming's genuine qi could not possibly be 5 times that of these people. Therefore, his advantage was further reduced. It was even more difficult to fight someone of a higher level. Therefore, Lu Ming was forced to retreat by Zisong. However, Zisong was even more shocked. He was a peerless genius and not an ordinary second-realm martial arts grandmaster. He could not believe that his full-strength palm could only force Lu Ming to retreat and did not kill him. Kill, this brat is more talented than me. He cannot be left alive in this world. Zisong roared in his heart and attacked Lu Ming again. Chi. At that moment, Xianyanqing also attacked. Black lotuses formed around her body and the black petals danced in the air, enveloping Zisong. At the same time, she waved her palms and black palm prints whizzed out. Bitch, you are courting death. Zisong shouted and used a portion of his power to attack Xianyanqing. Boom! Immediately, the 3 of them engaged in a great battle. Xianyanqing's battle prowess was also extremely shocking. He was not the slightest bit inferior to Lu Ming's. The 2 of them joined forces and fought Zisong to a draw. Zisong's expression was extremely gloomy. The more they fought, the more frightened he became. The 3 of them fought fiercely, and powerful qi shot out in all directions. However, inscriptions appeared on the walls of the 7th floor, reducing most of the power. Otherwise, those Yuan ancient panaceas would have been shattered. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had passed. On the 6th floor, the 3 young men of the first martial ancestor realm stood there. When they heard the violent explosions coming from the 7th floor, they looked at each other. Who was Zisong fighting with? Could it be the man and woman of the 9th level martial grand master from before? But how was that possible? 2 young men and women of the 9th level of the martial master realm were able to fight Zisong to such an extent? Then what were they? Trash? They found it hard to believe. But other than the 2 young men and woman, there was no one else up there. The 3 decided to wait on the 6th floor. Die. Die for me. Zisong roared furiously. The golden glow on his body was extremely dense. He roared furiously in his heart. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and Xianyanqing, but he was unable to do so. After a while, the golden glow on Zisong's body began to dissipate rapidly. Damn it. You 2 pieces of trash. Cheating couple, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human. Zisong roared angrily, waving his palms continuously to block Lu Ming's and Xian Yanqing's attacks. He then broke into a run and ran toward the 6th floor, disappearing down the stairs in an instant. Maintaining the golden glow consumed a great amount of his qi. He could no longer hold on and could only run away. Otherwise, he would be killed by Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. On the 6th floor, the 3 youths were waiting. Suddenly, they saw Zisong rush down from the 7th floor at an extremely fast speed. He ran down the stairs as if he was on fire. This caused the 3 young men to be stunned. Could it be that Zisong was defeated? The 3 young men looked at each other and gasped. Then, without hesitation, they ran away as well. On the 7th floor, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked around. There were 2 shelves and there were jade bottles on each shelf. All of them were Yuan ancient panaceas. Let's split it evenly. Lu Ming smiled and walked toward one of the shelves while Xian Yanqing walked toward the other shelf. Lu Ming glanced at the shelves and counted that there were a total of 49 jade bottles. Lu Ming picked up a jade bottle and opened it. He smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. Inside the jade bottle, there were 9 round, milky white pills. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and kept all the jade bottles in the Temple of Paragon. On the other hand, Xian Yanqing kept the Yuan ancient panaceas and smiled. With these Yuan ancient panaceas, I will be able to reach the martial ancestor realm very soon. At that time, I will trample you under my feet. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming and said viciously. Lu Ming was speechless. Why does this girl keep thinking about this? Xian Yanqing walked down the stairs while Lu Ming smiled and followed closely behind. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, there was no one around. When the 2 of them walked out of the pavilion, they realized that the people outside had all left. No one knew how long they could stay in the secret land and no one was willing to waste time. Since they couldn't do it here, they would look for other places. The 2 of them exited the pavilion, randomly chose a direction, and ran at top speed. They wanted to find a quiet place to consume the Yuan ancient panaceas to raise their cultivation. Half an hour later, the 2 of them passed by a dilapidated palace. Run! Zhao Hong, one of the 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire, is in there. Terrified shouts could be heard from the dilapidated palace. Then, more than 20 young men ran out of the dilapidated palace in fear. Die! A cold voice that was filled with killing intent could be heard from the dilapidated palace. Then, a terrifying saber light slashed out. Ah! Ah! Shrill screams could be heard. More than 20 young men were killed by the saber. Inscriptions filled the sky and blood refining crystals condensed one after another. A young man with messy hair and a long saber on his back stepped out. With a wave of his hand, he kept all the blood refining crystals. Then, he looked in front of him. A piercing killing intent spread out from his body. 1,000 meters away, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's faces changed. Let's go. Lu Ming shouted and left the place quickly with Xian Yanqing. This young man was too strong. The 2 of them were no match for him. The 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire were on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Looking at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's figures, Zhao Hong's eyes flashed. He didn't chase after them. Instead, he turned around and entered the dilapidated palace. 50 miles away, in a valley, miserable screams could be heard. It's Duanling, one of the 9 heroes of the Yi Moon Empire. Don't kill me. In the next moment, a shocking sword chi burst out from the valley. More than 10 young men were killed by the sword and turned into blood-refining crystals. Whether it was the 1st or 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm, they couldn't escape the fate of being killed. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, who saw this scene from afar, didn't stop. They turned around and left. A few hundred miles away from Lu Ming and the others, Yang Liuji laughed in the ruins. There were at least 50 young men's corpses lying around him. Their blood qi had been condensed into blood-refining crystals. Chapter 279. An hour later, the two of them appeared in a secluded valley. It was a secluded place with few people around. It was a good place to cultivate. Without saying anything, the two of them sat down cross-legged and took out the Yuan ancient panacea to cultivate. They took out a jade bottle and opened it. Immediately, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. The Yuan ancient panacea was a middle LV4 elixir. It was very helpful to martial grandmasters and was priceless. Lu Ming poured out one of the Yuan ancient panacea and swallowed it. In an instant, the Nine Dragons bloodline released a strong devouring force, and the medicinal efficacy of the Yuan ancient panacea was continuously devoured and refined. Soon, the medicinal efficacy of the Yuan ancient panacea was completely refined. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation had increased by a level. The medicinal efficacy of the Yuan ancient panacea was at least 10 times that of a class 9 LV3 demonic pill. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Xianyanqing. When they saw it, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw a huge black lotus floating above Xianyanqing's head. This was obviously Xianyanqing's bloodline. However, there were 9 blood-red chakras around the black lotus. It was very breathtaking. LV9 bloodline. Xianyanqing's bloodline had actually reached LV9. It was really terrifying. One had to know that Xianyanqing had not broken through to martial grandmaster and awakened her second bloodline. In other words, her first bloodline had reached LV9. This little she-devil's bloodline is terrifyingly high. No wonder her combat strength is so strong. She is a true genius. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen Xianyanqing's bloodline. Her first bloodline has already reached LV9, ordinary LV9. I wonder what rank her second bloodline will be. Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Immediately after, Lu Ming continued to refine the Yuan ancient panacea. The surging energy was constantly converted into true qi, and Lu Ming's cultivation increased rapidly. Soon, the entire bottle of Yuan ancient panacea was refined, and Lu Ming's cultivation was approaching the middle LV9 martial grandmaster. He continued to refine. Half a day later, Lu Ming had refined 12 bottles of pills in a row, raising his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level martial master realm. At this time, not far away, Xianyanqing's body also emitted a strong fluctuation. Her cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm. After reaching the peak of martial master realm, one could start consuming blood-refining pills and blood-refining crystals to condense the second bloodline and accumulate energy for the awakening of the second bloodline. This process was known as blood coagulation, which was also known as half-grandmaster. In the process of blood condensation, one's blood and qi would be exuberant, even stronger than the peak of the 9th layer of the martial master realm. A piece of blood-refining crystal appeared in Xianyanqing's hand, and she swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately after, her spine emitted a dense bloody light. Lu Ming did not waste any time. He also took out a blood-refining crystal and swallowed it. As soon as the blood refinement crystal entered Zhang Xian's mouth, it turned into a surge of blood energy that was absorbed by his spine. It began to condense beneath his first bloodline. At that place, a blood-red dot began to appear. As the blood energy poured in, it slowly became brighter. In a few breaths, the blood energy of a blood-refining crystal was completely absorbed. Lu Ming took out several crystals at once and swallowed them in one gulp. The blood-red light at his spine grew bigger and brighter. Soon, the dozens of blood-refining crystals that Lu Ming had obtained here were all used up. Then, he grabbed at the air and a handful of blood-refining pills appeared. He stuffed them all into his mouth. After a while, he grabbed another handful. At this time, he suddenly found someone in front of him and could not help but open his eyes. He saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him in surprise. It was Xianyanqing. "Nest, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Lu Ming shouted. Xianyanqing blinked her big eyes and asked, "Do you have blood-refining pills? How many do you have?" I do have blood refining pills. What does it have to do with you? Lu Ming said. Can you give me some? Xian Yanqing seemed to find it difficult to speak and stammered. No, I'll give them to you so that you can break through and trample me under your feet in the future. Lu Ming firmly resisted. Humph, do you think that I can't trample you under my feet if you don't give me blood refining pills? Xian Yanqing snorted coldly as he gritted his teeth, revealing a few sparkling white teeth. Then, she turned her head and walked to the side. However, in less than a minute, she walked back and stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes. What do you want now? Lu Ming asked speechlessly. I'll buy blood refining pills from you, okay? How many spirit crystals do you want? Name a price. Or I can exchange with treasures. Xian Yanqing said. Oh. Exchange with treasures? That's fine. How about this, I'll name a few treasures. If you have them, I'll exchange with you. Lu Ming said. Okay, tell me. Xian Yanqing said. Xianyang Spirit, Shifang Bone. Lu Ming listed the names of 5 heavenly treasures in a row. These 5 heavenly treasures were all materials needed to cultivate the 5th level of the true dragon fighting technique. Unfortunately, Su Xia and Yanqing both shook their heads, indicating that they did not. If you don't have them, how can you exchange? How about this, give me some dragon essence and I'll exchange with you. Lu Ming curled his lips. I don't have dragon essence, but I do have a flood dragon bone pearl. What do you think? Xian Yanqing asked hopefully. What? Flood dragon bone pearl? You really have it? Let me take a look. Lu Ming said eagerly. Xian Yanqing's palm glowed. The next moment, a fiery red bone pearl the size of a baby's fist appeared in Xian Yanqing's palm. It's really a flood dragon bone pearl, and it's a flaming flood dragon bone pearl. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Cultivating the true battle dragon art did not necessarily require those few materials. There were also some substitutes. It was just that these substitutes were more precious. For example, the items of a true dragon were priceless treasures. Having one of them could help the true dragon fighting technique break through. Although a flood dragon was not a true dragon, it had the bloodline of a true dragon and was an extremely rare species. It also had some functions. Lu Ming was just casually mentioning it. He did not expect Xian Yanqing to really have such a treasure. Let me see. Lu Ming took the flood dragon bone pearl and looked at it carefully. The flood dragon that produced this flood dragon bone pearl has a very high cultivation. As long as I have this flood dragon bone pearl and another material, the true dragon fighting technique will be able to break through to the 5th level. Lu Ming thought. How is it? Not bad, right? I'll exchange it with you for 2,000 blood refining pills. Xian Yanqing said. 2,000 pills? Dream on. You're asking for too much. Lu Ming was shocked and shouted. This is a flood dragon bone pearl. I paid a huge price to get it. 2,000 blood refining pills is not much. Xian Yanqing said. 500. Lu Ming said. What? That's too much. 1,500, no less. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth. 800. I can't give you more. Lu Ming said with trembling lips. 1,200. 900. 1,000 blood refining pills, no less. I won't trade if it's any less. Xian Yanqing said fiercely. All right. Deal. Chapter 280. He took out 1,000 blood refining elixirs and exchanged them with Xian Yanqing for the dragon bone pearl. Xian Yanqing happily ran to the side to refine the elixirs. Lu Ming observed the dragon bone pearl and was overjoyed. He put it away and continued to devour the blood refining elixirs. 2 days later, Lu Ming had refined all the remaining blood refining elixirs. Lu Ming's spine was filled with blood light. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to break through to Martial Grandmaster. He felt that it was not enough. He still needed to refine treasures like blood-refining elixirs and blood-refining crystals. At this moment, Enchanting was sitting cross-legged. The blood light on his spine was denser than Lu Ming's and there was a terrifying fluctuation. He had not refined as many blood-refining elixirs as Lu Ming, but his fluctuation was stronger than Lu Ming's. This was because of his talent. After a while, the blood light disappeared and the terrifying fluctuation was concealed. Enchanting opened his eyes. Do you have any more blood-refining elixirs? This was the first question Enchanting asked after he finished cultivating. Lu Ming spread his hands and said, "No, I don't think it's enough." "Then let's go kill them. The others must have a lot of blood-refining crystals." A cold light flashed in Enchanting's eyes. "That's what I want." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, the two of them left the place. They chose a direction and ran wildly. 2 hours later, the two of them stopped at a barren mountain. They felt that their unawakened second bloodline was throbbing as if it was attracted by something. Over there. The two of them headed in that direction. 10 miles away, there was a boundless stone forest. Stone pillars stood there. These stone pillars were carved into various shapes, such as tigers, lions, wolves, some were even carved into humans, real dragons, and so on. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many figures appeared in the surroundings and rushed towards the stone forest. Boom boom, in the stone forest, there were continuous rumbling sounds. Clearly, there was a great battle going on. Lu Ming and Enchanting looked at each other and rushed towards the stone forest. Die! On the side, a young man in the first martial arts grandmaster realm charged towards Lu Ming. His heart was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. The young man's eyes were wide open as he died, filled with disbelief. The current Lu Ming was infinitely close to a martial arts grandmaster and could be considered half a step away from being a martial arts grandmaster. He was much stronger than before. Lu Ming could kill an ordinary first martial arts grandmaster in one move. As soon as the young man died, his blood chi and blood essence condensed into blood-refining crystals. There were 16 of them in total, which Lu Ming took. At the same time, his true energy surged out and the young man's storage ring flew into Lu Ming's hands. Along the way, many people wanted to attack Lu Ming and Enchanting, but they were mercilessly killed by the two of them. The combination of my wind force and fire force is powerful. However, it is only a combination and cannot be fully integrated. If the two forces can be fully integrated, the power will be even more shocking. But how can I fully integrate the two forces? If it works, then it will become one of my trump cards. Lu Ming pondered as he fought. Soon, the two of them had covered a distance of 10 miles. The attraction to their bloodlines was even stronger. Soon, a pit appeared in front of them. The pit was surrounded by various carvings. The two of them walked into the pit and took a look. Instantly, their hair stood on end. In the pit, there were piles of white bones. There were all kinds of living beings. Some were humanoid, and some were demonic beasts. Between the white bones, there were blood-red crystals that emitted a blood-red glow. Blood-refining crystals, they were all blood-refining crystals. The blood-refining crystals were the ones that attracted their bloodlines. They were not left behind now, but from the ancient times. This place is a burial ground. It is also a place where ancient sacrifices are held. Enchanting seemed to be talking to himself. His voice was trembling. Blood-refining crystals, they are all blood-refining crystals. These are all mine. Many figures appeared in the surroundings, their eyes blazing with fiery light as they looked down. Yours? You are courting death. You are the one who is going to die. Swoosh swoosh. A few figures jumped into the pit and started fighting in the air. At that moment, Lu Ming and Enchanting jumped into the pit. Immediately, someone attacked them. Bam! Lu Ming used a human path palm print to smash the martial arts grandmaster realm first realm young expert into a meat patty. He was condensed into blood refining crystals in the air. Enchanting was also extremely powerful. A black lotus flew out and chopped off the head of a martial arts grandmaster realm first realm expert. As soon as the two of them landed, their genuine chi surged and swept across. The blood refining crystals were collected by the two of them. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had collected hundreds of blood refining crystals. There were still many of them. Some of them were even buried in bones. Collect, collect. Lu Ming and Enchanting collected the crystals to their heart's content. Damn it. When the others saw this, their eyes turned red. They stopped fighting and rushed down to fight for the blood refining crystals. Buzz. At that moment, a saber radiance suddenly slashed down from above. Screams were heard as 5 to 6 young men were killed. Then, a young man with disheveled hair and a saber on his back appeared above the pit. Zhao Hong, it is Zhao Hong. Let's go. The rest of the people turned pale with fright. They quickly flew into the sky and tried to escape. However, in the next moment, a saber radiance flashed and those people were all cut in half in the air. Die. Zhao Hong casually glanced at Lu Ming and Enchanting in the pit. Then, he slashed down with his saber. The saber radiance was ghastly white and the killing intent was as cold as winter snow. It shrouded the two of them. Human path palm. Great demonic palm print. Lu Ming and Enchanting shouted and joined forces to fight against the enemy. In the face of such a strong enemy, there was no need to hesitate. They could only join forces. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Ming and Enchanting retreated backward. Zhao Hong's eyes flickered and he was surprised. He said, I did not expect 2 martial grand masters to be able to block my saber. This is rare in the world. However, you will still die today. Boom! A strong aura exploded from Zhao Hong's body. A saber radiance shot up to the sky like a waterfall. Slash. Then, he slashed down with his saber. Retreat. Lu Ming and Enchanting retreated without hesitation. Bang! Zhao Hong's saber slashed down on the thousands of bones in the pit. Immediately, the bones shattered and shot out in all directions. Blood refining crystals flew into the sky and fell back down. Roar! At that moment, something strange happened. Under the thousands of bones in the pit, there was a shocking roar. A terrifying murderous aura surged out from the white bones. Bang! Then, the white bones in the pit exploded, and a creature rushed out. This living creature was in the shape of a human. It was 3 meters tall and covered in green hair. Its nails were long and sharp and its mouth was full of fangs. Blood zombie. This living creature was exactly the same as the blood zombie that Lu Ming and the others had encountered in the blood demon cave. The only difference was that this blood zombie's eyes were golden. The aura it emitted was much stronger than the blood zombie in the blood demon cave. The demonic aura filled the air. Roar. Chapter 281. You're courting death. Zhao Hong shouted coldly and swung his saber at the golden-eyed blood zombie. Clang! The saber light clashed with the golden-eyed blood zombie's claw. Sparks flew everywhere. Bang! A figure flew far away. It was Zhao Hong. He was no match for the golden-eyed blood zombie and was sent flying by its claw. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and continued to chase after Zhao Hong. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Zhao Hong's face was extremely ugly. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured by the previous attack. Now that the golden-eyed blood zombie was charging at him, he didn't dare to continue fighting. He turned and ran in the direction of Lu Ming and Enchanting. Oh no, run! Lu Ming's face changed. He and Enchanting also turned and ran. You two still dare to run? Stop right now and help me stall this blood zombie. Dying at the hands of this blood zombie is a quick death. Once you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for death. Zhao Hong shouted coldly. He was unusually domineering. Nest, one of the 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire? I think he's a complete idiot. Little Qing, what do you think? Lu Ming's disdainful voice came out of his mouth. Xian Yanqing staggered and almost fell. What did Lu Ming call her? Little Qing? Xian Yanqing's eyes flashed fiercely as she stared at Lu Ming. Little Qing, is that guy an idiot? Lu Ming pretended not to know and continued to ask. Yes. Xian Yanqing gritted her teeth and spat out a word after a long while. Lu Ming was obviously taking advantage of her. You're courting death. Zhao Hong roared. He was about to unleash his true qi and slash at Lu Ming, but his true qi slowed him down. The golden-eyed blood zombie caught up and clawed at him. Qi La. Even though Zhao Hong escaped quickly, a piece of cloth was still caught. And this piece of cloth that was caught just happened to be at Zhao Hong's buttocks. Immediately, half of Zhao Hong's snow-white buttocks were revealed. Zhao Hong screamed and jumped forward as if he had been electrocuted. Only then did he avoid the danger of being torn apart. But in the next moment, he felt a chill on his buttocks. When he turned his head to look, he roared. Why is that fellow's running posture so strange? He keeps looking at his own butt. Is he sick? Lu Ming's sharp eyes noticed Zhao Hong's strange behavior and muttered. Zhao Hong's face was flushed red. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was so thick that it could not be dissipated. He chased after Lu Ming in a frenzy while the golden-eyed blood zombie chased after him. Zhao Hong's speed was very fast. He would soon catch up with Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Ha ha ha, go to hell, kid. With a beauty accompanying you, you won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. Zhao Hong sneered. His true qi burst forth, increasing his speed to the maximum. He flew over Lu Ming's heads in an extremely arrogant manner. Behind him, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared. It stared at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing with murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt the demon suppression token that Supreme Nine Suns had given him glowing faintly. Could it be that after the demon suppression token subdued the blood demon, it still has the energy to subdue this golden-eyed blood zombie? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Forget it, let's give it a try. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. The demon suppression token had unknowingly appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming, why did you stop? Xian Yanqing turned pale with fright. However, Lu Ming only gave her a slight smile and did not explain. Damn it, Lu Ming, you can't die before I trample you under my feet. Xian Yanqing gritted her teeth and stopped as well. She stood beside Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, these two bastards are probably scared silly. Zhao Hong ran wildly. He only stopped when he was 10 miles away. He stood in the air and watched from afar. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and was about to claw at Lu Ming. Stop! The demon suppression token in Lu Ming's hand glowed. An invisible wave surged toward the golden-eyed blood zombie. At the same time, Lu Ming shouted in his heart. It turned into an invisible wave and rushed into the golden-eyed blood zombie's body. All of this happened without a sound. Even Xian Yanqing didn't notice it. At this time, Xian Yanqing's body was already covered with black lotuses. Her genuine qi was running to the extreme, ready to fight to the death. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie suddenly stopped. It let out a low growl but did not continue to attack. It worked. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Go back. Lu Ming gave another order in his heart. The next moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie let out a low growl. As expected, it turned around and ran back. Then, it jumped into the pit and disappeared. Xian Yanqing was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened, and she said in a daze, What's going on? Ha ha ha, little Qing, can't you see? I, Lu Ming, am blessed by the heavens. I'm blessed by the heavens. What golden-eyed blood zombie? It didn't run away obediently when it saw me. How would it dare to attack me? Lu Ming laughed wildly. He looked like a villain who was intoxicated with success and was extremely narcissistic. TSK. Xian Yinqing despised. She did not believe Lu Ming's nonsense at all. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, Lu Ming, I'm warning you. Don't call me Little Qing. Okay, Little Qing. Lu Ming replied. You, Xian Yinqing ground her teeth. She could not wait to bite Lu Ming. In the distant sky, Zhao Hong was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Why didn't the golden-eyed blood zombie attack those two? Zhao Hong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Could it be that the golden-eyed blood zombie won't attack as long as they admit defeat? Zhao Hong's imagination ran wild. However, he did not dare to step forward for a while. The golden-eyed blood zombie was too strong. If he fought it head-on, he would be killed in a few moves. In the stone forest, Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Hong in the distant sky and sneered. Then, he said to Xian Yinqing, let's go. There are still so many blood-refining crystals. Let's take them all. You're still going? Aren't you afraid of the golden-eyed blood zombie? Xian Yinqing hesitated. What's there to be afraid of? I've said that I'm blessed by God. The golden-eyed blood zombie will run away when it sees me. Don't worry. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Lu Ming was full of nonsense, feeling smug as he strode forward in big strides. Xian Yinqing gritted her teeth and followed Lu Ming. When they arrived at the pit, the golden-eyed blood zombie did not move at all. Lu Ming was not worried at all with a smile on his face. He jumped into the pit and began to collect the blood-refining crystals. Seeing this, Xian Yinqing was also relieved. For some reason, he suddenly believed Lu Ming's words a little. Bah, how is that possible? This guy is full of nonsense. Xian Yinqing shook her head secretly and began to collect the blood-refining crystals vigorously. It's okay. It's really okay. In the distance, Zhao Hong saw this scene. His mouth opened so wide that a goose egg could be stuffed in it. Should I kill those two and take the blood-refining crystals? No, I'm a genius. My future is limitless. How can I take risks so easily? When those two guys finish collecting the blood-refining crystals and come out, I'll kill them. The blood-refining crystals will still be mine. Zhao Hong planned. He was not in a hurry and waited in the air. Collect, collect, collect. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing were extremely excited. Chapter 282. What should we do? That guy is waiting for us outside. No matter which direction we go, he will probably chase after us. Xian Yinqing looked at the sky and frowned. Why do we have to go out? Can't we just cultivate here? Lu Ming smiled faintly, jumped into the pit, and sat cross-legged beside it. Cultivate here? Xian Yinqing was in disbelief. Trust me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice into Xian Yinqing's ears. Xian Yinqing was skeptical, but on second thought, Lu Ming had never been taken advantage of. Maybe he really had a way. Gritting his teeth, Xian Yinqing threw caution to the wind. He also sat cross-legged, took out a handful of blood-refining crystals, swallowed them, and began to refine them. Lu Ming laughed and deliberately looked at the sky. He also took out a handful of blood-refining crystals, swallowed them, and began to refine them. In the sky, Zhao Hong was dumbfounded. They are refining blood-refining crystals here? Damn it, damn it. Zhao Hong roared in his heart, and killing intent burst out from his eyes. In his opinion, all the blood-refining crystals here belonged to him. Now Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing were refining his blood-refining crystals, which was a heinous crime. But he still hesitated and did not go over. Soon, Lu Ming refined a handful of blood-refining crystals and took out another handful to refine. One after another, Lu Ming refined hundreds of blood-refining crystals in a short time, and Xian Yinqing was almost the same. The golden-eyed blood zombie has not appeared yet. It should be fine. Smash it, die. Zhao Hong roared and flew toward Lu Ming. After a while, he was close to Lu Ming. Finally here? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He ignored everything and continued to cultivate. Xian Yanqing was shocked and stood up to resist. Die, you little bastard. Zhao Hong roared as he unsheathed his saber, about to slash down. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the crater. The golden-eyed blood zombie rushed out and charged at Zhao Hong. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhao Hong was swept by the golden-eyed blood zombie's claws. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying far away. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie charged towards Zhao Hong. What's going on? How could this be? Those two bastards have been here for so long. Not only have they been collecting blood refining crystals, but they have also been refining them. The golden-eyed blood zombie hasn't rushed out yet. Why did it rush out when I arrived? I can't accept this. Zhao Hong roared in his heart. But how could he dare to stay? He turned around and ran. The golden-eyed blood zombie clawed at Zhao Hong, tearing a large hole in his pants, revealing his snow-white buttocks, which writhed madly in the air. Hey! Your buttocks are showing again. Huh, eh? Why would I say, again? Lu Ming laughed loudly. Xian Yanqing's face reddened. He snorted coldly and turned around. Ah! Zhao Hong roared at the sky. His hair danced wildly, and his aura was astonishing. But what greeted him was the golden-eyed blood zombie's claw. Whoosh! The claw swept past, leaving 5 wounds on Zhao Hong's body. It was as if he had been cut by a blade, dripping with blood. Zhao Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already been injured, and his speed had decreased. He could no longer escape from the golden-eyed blood zombie. If I die, let's die together. Zhao Hong roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood up and looked at him with a faint smile. What happened next made Zhao Hong vomit blood. When the golden-eyed blood zombie passed by Lu Ming, it didn't even look at Lu Ming and continued to chase after him. Why? Zhao Hong roared, unwilling and puzzled. But it was useless. Soon, the golden-eyed blood zombie caught up. Despite his peerless talent and desperate resistance, he was still torn in half by the golden-eyed blood zombie after a few moves. Zhao Hong, one of the Blood Zhao Empire's 50 supernovas, a genius on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire, died unwillingly, puzzled, and humiliated. His blood and essence had all been converted into blood-refining crystals. 81 crystals. Zhao Hong had refined a total of 81 blood-refining crystals. His second bloodline was a first-rank king bloodline. Lu Ming took all of them, including Zhao Hong's blood-refining crystals. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie growled and appeared beside Lu Ming, standing there obediently. Xian Yanqing was dumbfounded. She stared for a while, then suddenly remembered that the incomparably powerful blood demon was also obedient in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you have a way to subdue demons? Xian Yanqing asked. Didn't I tell you? I'm the chosen one, blessed by the heavens. These demons will be shocked when they see me and will naturally be obedient. Lu Ming looked proud. He looked at Xian Yanqing carefully and said, How about it? Are you tempted? Why don't you be my bed-warming maid? You'll get endless benefits if you follow me. Lu Ming had a smug expression on his face. Bed warming your head, humph. I guess you must have some kind of treasure that can subdue demons. Don't pretend in front of me. One day, I'll trample you under my feet. Xian Yanqing snorted. She twisted her arrogant neck and went to one side to refine the blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming smiled and ordered the golden-eyed blood zombie to guard at one side. Then, he took out Zhao Hong's storage ring. Ignoring the rest for the time being, Lu Ming took out all the blood refinement crystals inside. More than 500. There were more than 500 blood refining crystals in Zhao Hong's storage ring. This meant that at least a few hundred young experts had died in Zhao Hong's hands. This time, all of them benefited Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing refined the blood refining crystals with all their strength. During this time, other young people came here, but they were all scared away by the golden-eyed blood zombie. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Lu Ming refined more than 3,000 blood refining crystals. In total, Lu Ming had refined more than 6,000 blood refining pills and blood refining crystals. At this time, the blood light at Lu Ming's spine was extremely dense. The blood qi was so substantial that it looked like it was going to turn into blood droplets. It's done. I'll break through the martial arts grandmaster realm and awaken the second bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals appeared beside him. Then, he activated the true dragon fighting skill. The qi vortex in his dantian rotated rapidly. The dragon-shaped genuine qi in his body was surging. At his spine, the blood qi exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming's essence, qi, and spirit were condensed to the extreme. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming's body let out an earth-shattering roar. A surge of essence qi rose and rushed into the sky. Countless young experts within a radius of dozens of miles looked over. Soaring qi. Someone has broken through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. What a terrifying aura. This power is too shocking. What kind of genius is he? When I broke through to the martial arts grandmaster realm, my essence qi was less than 1/5 of his. Terrifying. Many people were discussing. Some people even rushed over. However, with the golden-eyed blood zombie around, they could not set foot in. Some people even tried to force their way in but were killed by the golden-eyed blood zombie. The rest did not dare to force their way in. It took a while for the pillar of essence qi to vanish. Swallow. At this time, Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Large amounts of spiritual crystals around him exploded and were swallowed by the 9 dragons bloodline. They were constantly converted into Lu Ming's genuine qi.